Court will come to order. It is Monday, February 10, 2025. It's 9 o'clock in the morning and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please rise for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Paces.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for all of your blessings and for delivering us from the chaos and destruction of which we all hold dear. We see your hand at work on our behalf every day and are grateful for the truth that's pouring out. Watch over and protect our president and his cabinet and guide them in our nation's restoration. I ask you to guide us today in our deliberations and decisions in this court. Help us to set aside our personal interests and act on the best interests of the people of Kerr County. As always, I ask you to keep our first responders safe and protect our children. And finally, Lord, please send us some rain. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. We have some new faces here today. I want to give you some of the court customs. The first thing we're going to do here in a minute is have public input. But before we do that, all of you have to make sure this is off or on silence. Okay? And public input is an opportunity for the public to come to the court and tell us things that we need to hear or should hear. And that's something that we do, and we ask that you identify yourself from the podium. We are broadcast on YouTube, so you will be seen, and they can go back on the website and look you up this afternoon, or probably tomorrow morning. But limit your remarks to 3 minutes. When you get up there, identify yourself by your name and where you live, or at least precinct that you're in, so we know which commissioner is responsible for you. So, with that, is there any public input? Very well, then we will move on to Commissioner's comments. Precinct 1.
Precinct 1, we didn't have a lot going on, just a few areas of interest for me, probably. This is the time of year that I get to enjoy watching and following and tracking all the legislation that's going on. I noticed Tracy had some stuff where she's been doing that too. I hope there's a lot of folks up here that are doing that, see how they're going to affect the future of Kerr County, particularly some of the water bills that are coming in that I'm got a real interest in, and the hot tax, hoping they'll get something filed on that. So that's about it.
Well, in Precinct 2, the burn ban remains lifted, and hopefully we'll get some rain a little bit later this week, and it'll stay that way for a while. I just want to let the public know that I've been spending an awful lot of time on this Chapter 391 SRPC with Kendall County, and we do have 3 items on the agenda today, so we'll talk a lot more about it later. But I just want to take a moment and thank all who've been involved and championed this fight against battery energy storage systems. And that goes from Commissioner Holt, who first brought this to our attention and has been kind of our point man in terms of intel. He seems to be uniquely qualified for that. And then, of course, we have the Kendall County Commissioners, Andra Wissian, Chad Carpenter, and Jennifer McCall, who is actually here today in support of all this. She stepped out.
She just stepped out.
Yeah. And of course, there have been a lot of other concerned citizens who have also been involved and very helpful. I thank everyone for their contributions and support, and most of all for your patience with us. It's been a long process. It's dragged out a bit, but anyway, we're almost there. And certainly my hope is that we will secure the necessary approvals today and again tomorrow in Kendall County so that we can move forward to commence the process of coordinating with other state agencies as equals, which is a very important part of this, in regard to their battery energy storage system development plans against our plan, which of course excludes any BESS facilities in both of our counties. So we still have a lot of work ahead, but with the support of the people and the current common sense administration cutting funding for so-called green energy projects, I believe we will prevail. The only other thing I'm going to talk about, we had a bidders meeting on January 27th at the Youth Event Center. This was in regard to the indoor arena structural improvements. An addendum to the RFP was issued after that meeting, and bids were due on the 7th, and we're going to open them later today, and I hope we'll have some good news.
Good.
That's all I got.
For Precinct 3, I know we have a lot of agenda items, so I'm going to be quick, but burn ban remains in effect, and is actually put to a lot of good use, a lot of good fires going.
No. Lifted.
Sorry.
You said in effect. It's-
Lifted.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they are burning, and they're doing it correctly during the
I
daytime.
saw the smoke yesterday.
Legally.
Legally. Yeah, but happy to see a little bit of light rain out in the East County this morning. More like mist, but hopefully that will increase in volume and size. Just to keep everyone informed on the last 2 weeks, I'd say the big event for me was to go to the Capitol right after our last Commissioners Court meeting. Got a chance to meet with some of our legislators, support their bills, including Wes Friedel. And contrary to any belief, I did not give anyone football advice, how to play football. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, Representative Riddell.
Yes. So very good, very productive meeting, and as you know, got dressed up and enjoyed that. I'll do that on occasion to support the process, like Commissioner Jones was talking about. Met with the city, Dalton Rice, 2 weeks, almost a week and a half ago. We talked about airport issues that are ongoing and also opportunities that we have in the future. We also had good grant discussion within the last 2 weeks, and I appreciate Noel's time with that. And others as we talk about grants. Certainly a lot on the agenda today to talk about grants as well. 391 meetings have been very productive. Appreciate the lawyers from both counties, the commissioners from both counties, and we really, I think, are well poised and organized as a 391 to begin that journey together. And we're going to do that. I'm assisting Commissioner Paces with that. In the future, animal control facility, a lot of discussion about that within the last 2 weeks, but for the future, we're going to do a groundbreaking. The clock has already started on that construction, which has to be done and completed by the bond on 3 November. So, groundbreaking ceremony, 14 February at 1 p.m. We're going to have the right kind of folks there for both county and Kerrville Pets Alive. Salute to the veterans. We'll be at the VA on 14 February. I will attend that as your liaison, and then the Headwaters Board, I'm going to attend that for water planning with, I believe, Commissioner Jones as we discuss things in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Four.
That's it. Well, I don't have a whole lot. I will say that, as you and I were talking, Judge, last Thursday I was out of town. I put on most of y'all know I'm a retired ag teacher, and I can't leave that all behind me. Every year I put on a large wildlife contest for FFA students, and I had, 190 students turn out, and we were able to award 3 scholarships that day for students that all they had to do is compete and not even fill out an application. They got a scholarship because of their work. Looking forward, next week I'll be going to a conference. We sort of have to, it's for judges and commissioners, and we have to get what you'd call continuing hours, I guess, each year. And as Mr. Jones said earlier, we'll get a lot of legislative updates next week. So I always look forward to that. And you learn a lot. You can pick and choose what you want to attend as far as their little workshops, and you can pick and choose the ones that would affect Kerr County the most. So I'm looking forward to that. That's all I got.
Good. The only thing I would add is has to do with the 10.01 or 10 plus acre tracts in the local government code, and the change that the legislature made 2 years ago is the 10 plus acre tracts are now exempt from the county subdivision rules, which is a big mistake, a huge mistake. But it was the developer lobby that got the law changed. We have approached Senator Flores on behalf of Kerr County to sponsor a bill to reinstate the subdivision rules applicability to these 10 acre tracts. It allows, the way it is right now, you don't even have to have a paved road. You can have caliche roads. You have no supervision from the county whatsoever. It is chaos. And so we thank Senator Flores for sponsoring the bill. He has requested that Representative Riddell, after he's fully recovered, sponsor the bill in the House. So for those of you out there who would have any opportunity to give Representative Riddell a call and let him know that this is something that is vital to Kerr County.
I see that happening.
Good. I do too, but everywhere I go, I remind, call Representative Riddell, let's get this thing going.
What was the bill number?
It's Senate Bill 253.
Thank you.
I'm glad you have the number. I don't.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are the things that are the court's commented about. Let's move on to our consideration agenda. And the first item is 1.1, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Our Lady of the Hills Regional Catholic High School to be added to the nonprofit list for the use of the Union Church building in order to receive a 50% reduction of the rental fee. I've got Candace Poole and Maya Mai. Identify yourself.
My name is Maya Mian.
Ian?
Mian, yes. I'm a senior at Our Lady of the Hills High School. We are here today to ask to be added to the 501c3 list. We are planning to rent the Union Church building as our formal venue.
Very good.
Well, I move for approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just kind of curious, how often do you expect to be using the Old Union Church?
Just the one time for our
It's an
dance.
annual event, I assume. And can you tell us a little bit more about it? What y'all be doing that evening?
So we're gonna, dance and listen to music and be there for a few hours and have some snacks.
Okay.
So do I understand it's a one-off, kind of one time? Or
It's probably
It's
annual.
basically almost like a prom. I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Sounds good.
So, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Welcome to the nonprofit list.
Thank you.
905, have timed item, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to remove Sherry Walters from the Emergency Services District Number 1 and appoint Keith Anderson. Mr. Harris.
All right. Is Keith Anderson here? Can you look in the outside maybe? I don't know. Anyway,
I see Mr. Walters here, but I don't.
yeah, well, we're gonna fire his wife from ESD. No, we're not. She's stepping down, and Keith Anderson, a longtime member of the Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department, is gonna step up for this. So I'll get him to do his oath with maybe Judge Ragsdale down the road or something if he couldn't make it today. So I move that we appoint Keith Anderson to the ESD Board Number 1.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to appoint Keith Anderson to the ESD Board Number 1. Any discussion? For you students out there, do you know what an ESD is? It's an emergency service district. And we have volunteer fire departments in the county. We don't have a regular fire department like the city does. And these ESDs are organized, and they actually have the ability to tax. It's a very minimal tax. But this is how we underwrite fire protection in parts of the county. And ESD 1 is the Ingram area. So that's what we're doing.
Very good.
So those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a letter agreement with the Inn of the Hills Hotel Conference Center to reserve up to 15 rooms to be used in the event of emergency evacuations due to a hurricane. Valid dates June 1, 2025 to December 1, 2025. Mr. Thomas.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. Yeah, so this is basically the same agreement we've had for the last 5 years at the End of the Hills. I did change the dates this year, backdated it starting from June 1, which is the start of hurricane season. Because if you remember last year, early in June, we had a hurricane, and there was June and July, actually, and we thought we were going to need those rooms ahead of time, so we backdated it to the start of hurricane season.
Okay.
And the county attorney has reviewed the document as well.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agreement with the Inn of the Hills for the emergency evacuations as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, Dub, is this for emergency personnel that come in to assist or from people from the evacuated areas?
Both. It'll be for Texas State Guard shelter management teams, as well as folks who may not be permitted to stay in a general population shelter.
Okay, because I was fixing, I know we have general population shelters at that we utilize immediately.
Right, there's some folks that cannot stay in a gen pop shelter for one reason or another.
Okay.
Is there any fee that goes along with this association to reserve rooms?
No, not to reserve the room, but once the rooms are utilized, we'll be paying for the rooms.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We should be able to get reimbursement back from either FEMA or the state.
And we use these rooms regularly.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a proclamation regarding a community wildfire protection plan. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, sir. So, a couple of weeks ago, we had the Texas Forest Service representative here to talk about some community wildfire protection plan that we're going to engage in, and in addition to that, some wildfire mitigation strategies. We've had 2 sessions for the wildfire mitigation strategies at the Ag Barn. We're going to have 2 more coming up on the 19th at the Union Church building. The first one will be at 10 o'clock. The next one will be at 1:30 that day, all on the 19th. But in order for us to kick off the planning process, we need a proclamation from the county commissioner to get that process started.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proclamation as presented regarding a community wildlife protection plan.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Community Wildlife Protection Plan proclamation. For those of you students out there, Dub is the Emergency Management Coordinator for the county. Retired state trooper.
Yes, sir.
And I technically, I think, as the county judge, I'm supposed to be in charge of it, but he does it all. Does an excellent job.
Delegated authority, sir.
Yes, I delegated. So with that, those in favor say aye.
Aye. But let me just add, I attended the last program, and it was excellent. So I encourage the public to take advantage of the opportunity to attend these next 2 sessions at the Old Union Church. Remind the public what the dates are.
It'll be February the 19th. The first one will be from 10 to 11:30. The second one will be from 1:30 to 3. And you get the same information whether it's the first or the second
Yeah,
session.
if you've already attended, you don't need to, obviously.
Correct.
But,
Yes, sir.
It was a great crowd, great turnout for the first 2, and well appreciated by the audience. So I encourage you, if you're at all concerned about wildfires in your area, show up.
I think anybody that has an HOA in there where they live, it'd be well worth y'all have representatives there to hear it.
Okay. Those in favor?
No, we already did it.
Okay,
did that.
good. You can't get coming.
We just kept talking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, that was you listened to the emergency management part of the agenda. Now we're moving on to the KCSO, the Sheriff's Office. And we've got Lieutenant Gage with us for the next 4 items, I think.
Yes, sir. All right, morning.
Let me call it. 1.5 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the acceptance of a supplemental award of the FY 2022 Operation Stone Garden grant in the amount of $56,000.
Yes, sir. That's fiscal year 22 for Operation Stone Garden. That was our first year that the Sheriff's Office participated in Operation Stone Garden. That grant has been finalized, so on these campaigns that are multi-county, once the governor's office finalizes, they reissue basically amounts back out under that Stone Garden grant. So we were awarded another additional $56,000 that upon your acceptance we can take and utilize that and be utilized towards equipment.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve ratifying and confirming the acceptance of the Operation Stone Garden grant as presented. And for those of you that don't understand what ratify and confirm means, it means we've already accepted the money, now we need to bless it. This is forgiveness. This is the authority to have taken the money.
Right.
So with that, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to submit grant application 5439801 to the Office of the Governor on behalf of the Kerr County Sheriff's Office for the KCSO Mobile Data Computer Project. Lieutenant Cage.
All right. So this is actually going to be the CJAC. This will be a pass-through through ACOG. We've applied for this grant several years, for the past few years. So it took a little bit of time for us to identify what kind of project we want to go forth. So we were looking at the mobile data computers. This will help, with this grant, it'll help offset a little bit of the funding for that project. So we're probably, this grant has a cap of 75,000 for it. So we're probably looking at maybe, hopefully outfitting about 10 units with that system, so.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the KCSO mobile data computer project as presented. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, you've given us briefs, I think, individually on the system, and with the mobile data system, refresh my memory, this is not the phone for ticket writing and
No, sir.
capability. This is actually computers and cars to look up databases and everything, which
Yeah.
you don't have completely outfitted in your vehicles, because there is a significant cost addition for each vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many total would we have for all the vehicles with these 10?
We'd be about 40 units
Okay.
to do that. So it's about 38, 40 units is what we'd be looking at. So this would offset about 10 of those units. It's a substantial cost for that project. So we've kind of looked at a bunch of different sources to help reduce that cost in that project. And it's going to be a phased-in project, probably over the next year or so to do that. So. But it's, the mobile data computers will allow them, deputies in the field, so they'll be able to run license plates, registrations as well. Also the computer automated dispatch, so our dispatch center would send those calls directly to the officers in the field. They'd have that information there on the laptop that's in the vehicle, so they can review any kind of information. So even any kind of, they have the ability to even text back and forth between dispatch, so any kind of sensitive item can just be sent over that terminal as well, so that's not broadcasted out to the public. Things like gate codes and certain things like that. Also report writing ability. We have a pretty good sized county. It's going to keep our deputies out in the field a lot longer, so they're not going to need to come back to either the annex out in Ingram or back to the sheriff's office to complete their reports. So their reports will be done digitally and sent back, and the supervisors will be able to approve those reports digitally and submit them digitally. So
What are the odds, Scott, over the next, it sounds like 3 more years of getting all the units outfitted if we get this 75K?
What are the odds?
What are the odds of getting all those outfitted before you have to start changing them out and updating?
So we're looking at a very specific vendor right now that's kind of a subscriber based, so we can kind of lease those whole packages out for the next 4 years, and then at the completion of that 4 years, they're just going to refurbish everything and
Okay.
go from there. So
Excellent.
I have seen these in the city police cars on a ride along. I know it makes you very efficient.
Yeah.
And it's time, you're trying to get parity with their mobile ability. And
So-
I don't know who paid for the cities, but I certainly appreciate the grant.
yeah, the city has far less vehicles to outfit than we do. Also, officer safety wise, GPS is built into these units as well. So dispatch will be able to look on the 911 screen for what they call an AVL system and be able to see where those units are placed out. So they're able to dispatch efficiency for where deputies are at. So hey, there may be a deputy that's on patrol and a call comes out and it's only a few blocks away. That deputy can get that call and respond a lot faster to that as well. And also locating deputies. So emergency situation, we know where that deputy's unit is. Also with the radio system, our new handheld Motorola system, we have GPS on our handhelds as well that will be able to tie into that system, so we can locate where those deputies are at.
Now for our audience, y'all understand all this technical application? Now, do you understand where the grant money's coming from? It said CJAC.
CJAC.
That is a committee of ACOG, the Alamo Area Council of Government, which consists of 13 counties. And what ACOG does, and we have, I think, about 24 of them or so across the state, they receive the money that is awarded to the state of Texas by the federal government in form of block grants. Remember when I used to hear talk about block grants? Well, the money comes in block, and it comes to the state. The office of the governor then breaks it up to go between these various council of government across the state. The council of government then has committees. People serve on the committees to go review each one of these applications. And this was an award from the committee to Kerr County. So you can see where the money comes from. Good. So
Excellent.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And I apologize, I just love seeing kids in the courtroom.
Yeah.
1.7 is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the resolution regarding the KCSO Mobile Data Computer Project grant application number 5439801 to the Office of the Governor for Criminal Justice Grant Program FY 2026 on behalf of the Kerr County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant Gage.
Same one as before, this is just approving the resolution, so we can go ahead and go forward.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. The last agenda item, we approved the submission for the grant. Now we're approving the resolution to accept the grant. So, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Moving on to item 1.8. This is a quarterly update regarding the current and future grant opportunities for Kerr County Sheriff's Office.
Alrighty. If y'all, there was, I think Jody gave you all a handout this morning. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of go down the numbers, just for our active grants that we currently are working on right now. Number one is a criminal justice grant, is the CJAC grant from the previous year through ACOG, which was, like I said, we got the award of $75,000. And that's for our ticket writer program that we're working on, or e-citation. We're currently working with some vendors on that to kind of finalize a few things and get some good numbers. But probably projecting here in the next probably 2 to 3 weeks, we should be able to go ahead and go forward with finalizing that project. At least get the stuff on order and get it here. So number two is a fiscal year 25 rifle resistant body armor grant. Finalizing a few quotes with some of the body armor, with the body armor company that we're going to go with. We got an award of $20,400. That was about a third of what we submitted. We got awarded for. You know, it was. So we're going to actually probably get about 20 deputies outfitted with this one. So we just submitted the next year one, which was the 26 one, and hopefully we're going to get something as well from that. Currently, we've been going, Operation Lone Star is fiscal year 24 and 25. Our original award that we received on that was $599,345.33. Then last year, we received another supplemental award for $120,000. So our current award for that is $704,345. Reimbursement today of what we received on Operation Lone Star, which comes back to the county. So I know with the some new members on the court. So what we do is it's a reimbursable grant. So we create a county budget. We apply for it, we pay for the equipment, and then the governor's office reimburses us back to it. So what we've received back already on this grant is $576,168.35. And we're currently, during that project, we're sitting on about $128,176.98 of unexpended. Majority of that is for, we have some personnel costs, some salary stuff that's in there. Have a few equipment items in there as well, but that should be expended at the end of the project period, which closes on 8/31 of 2025. Number 4, which is our Operation Stone Garden fiscal year 22. Sutton funds are reallocating. The grant was over. That was the one you just approved. So that's going to go into an active status once we receive those grants. Number 5, Operation Stone Garden Valverde closes on 2/28/2025. That's our currently Operation Stone Guard that we're working on. We were awarded $162,465. So far, reimbursement received is $82,153. We'll be finalizing those last few numbers because it closes here at the end of this month. So mainly that was on officer overtime to work Operation Stone Garden.
So before you move on, Scott,
Sure.
just please clarify. So what's the process to get the additional reimbursement? Is this waiting on cost to actually incur, or have we incurred the costs? And
So
just-
we've incurred what we do is timesheet. So anytime the deputies go out and they work Operation Stone Garden, they fill out a timesheet. There's stats that we have to enter into the government, and then with the auditor's office. So Andrew over there gathers up all the receipts, and then it's forwarded to it, and then we get the reimbursement on it.
Okay, but I mean, have we already had enough overtime and so forth to date, or will this extend beyond the 28th? I guess is kind of my question.
No, it'll close at the 28th. So I think Jason, we closed it Friday. I think Stone Garden.
At the close of this fiscal year, or be the end of February, yes.
Yeah, so we've already closed it. It's not open for anybody else to operate it.
So I guess my real point is, are we gonna expend the remaining 82,000 that you're showing
Yes,
there?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We're pretty close to it, but I'm sorry.
There's been hours worked that haven't been
Okay.
submitted for reimbursement.
That's what I'm just, thank you.
We'll move to the
if we're not
second
spent,
page.
It's usually, we deal with it in the budget process.
Yes.
It gets budgeted. You'll see it several times.
Yeah.
I don't wanna see it in the budget.
New grants that we have application or process or have been submitted. In the process, we have Operation Lone Star fiscal year 26. So in the last court, you guys have approved for us to go forward to do that. So the final due date to submit that application is March 13th. And that project period will open from 10/1 of 25 through 9/30 of 26. And that, as well as Operation Stone Garden Valverde fiscal year 24. It's already been submitted. We're just waiting. That project period will open when the other one closes. The new one opens. So usually there's a gap in there about when they actually fund it. So we could have our project period can open on the 1st, but we may not get funding until April on it. So we're just kind of in limbo for it, waiting for that money to come in. We applied for the rifle resistant for fiscal year 26. We submitted project period would begin in October, and we don't know what the award amount will be on that as well. Criminal justice grant is the one we just approved, and then that's actually due here in a couple of days. We've been working with Noel, so we'll have it finalized, and we're waiting for that resolution and stuff, and we'll get that submitted as well. And then our inactive previous awards that we've had, like I said, criminal justice, the CJAC grant, the body worn camera that we did in 23. We were awarded $74,660. Operation Lone Star, fiscal year 22-23, we were awarded $633,962. And that's what we've been reimbursed back. Bullet Shield Grant, $152,359. Operation Stone Garden, fiscal year 22, was $29,359. So total reimbursed that came back to the county, we have $890,340.48. So they'll be, like I said, that'll increase by once these other grants close out. So, any questions about any of the grants?
My thanks, good job.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, before you leave, Scott,
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure that we also recognize the grant coordinator,
Yes.
Ms. Putnam. You saw all those due dates in February and March. Well, you know who's doing all that stuff. And so that y'all know, she's up here on the front row. She's the one that coordinates with them to get the grants submitted, works with the Office of the Governor. And so I'm just showing you how the team fits together.
And that position's been a big win-win for the county. I mean, I advocated as soon as you and I hit the desk up here, we needed that position.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Well, there's nothing to say in favor. This was just a report.
Information. Right?
Just
We're-
info.
but we're-
We liked it, we
We're in
liked
favor
it.
of the report.
Yeah, good job, thank you.
Item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the multiple use agreement and resolution to partner in the maintenance and operation of a public safety trunking regional radio system site between Kerr County and the Texas Department of Transportation, and authorize the county judge to sign same. Sheriff Letha.
Yes, I'll give the court a quick update. We're supposed to be going live on February the 18th if everything goes smooth. So that's what brings this multi-use agreement up for the court, looking for y'all's approval for this. And the reason why, let me kind of educate y'all and the public a little bit. Our current radio infrastructure has 4 towers throughout the county. Today, if one of those towers goes down, we kind of lose coverage in that area, okay? Well, while we're going to the trunking system, after the 18th, hopefully everything goes smooth. Those towers are kind of tied together, and one may go down, but we still have use of the other 3, but we won't lose coverage. So this right here, this multi-use agreement, this is something that TxDOT and ACOG is really pushing for better coverage throughout the region because of Uvalde. That's one thing, they learned a lot of things. So TxDOT and ACOG have really been pushing this. So what this would do, our towers will still work, but this gives the ability to TxDOT, if they want to put something on our towers, it would be at their cost. They can put something on. But it's primarily for major incidents for the radios to work. Like, you know, our radio is going to work fine here, but say we had a major incident and law enforcement from all over our region or state come in here, it can handle that capability. That's kind of the bottom line for this. And teaming up with TxDOT, you know, we will be responsible for all our costs, anything that goes out bad in ours. But if they do anything, they'll be responsible for their costs. It's kind of like it in a nutshell, but be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I read through all that,
Yeah.
and that's what I concluded. Every entity, it sounds like, has the same responsibility.
Exactly,
So I
and then
assume
if
that
you
means
read
that
through
it's for
that,
their
it's
equipment.
hard to digest. But the bottom line is, you know,
Right.
that's what it is, and it's basically for better coverage throughout the ACOG.
And has our county attorney reviewed and
Yes,
blessed?
reviewed, and approved it. Right here, my side note. Yes.
All right.
I'll make
Sorry about
approval.
that.
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the multiple use agreement and resolution for the Public Safety Trunking Regional Radio System site with the Texas Department of Transportation. This is kind of just being double safety,
Correct.
belts and suspenders,
All together.
all good. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.10, this is our regular agenda item that I put on here to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the implementation of the burn ban. And this is where I delegate to the 4 precinct commissioners the autonomy to determine burn ban in their precincts. And we have to renew this every, 3 months?
Quarterly, yep.
Every 90 days. So this is very routine.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.11, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the message used for the burn ban hotline. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Judge, this is just discussion only. There's a lot of confusion out there. Sometimes, we update our burn ban online or on the hotline, and I'll get a call, well, it hadn't been updated since May. Well, there hadn't been a change in anything. And so we're hoping that some of y'all can kind of get the message out there. That's if it's updated, I mean, it's correct. If you call it, because as soon as we make a change, it's documented. Jody gets the word out and it goes on our webpage as well as the hotline, and it's accurate. So just because it hadn't been done in a month or two doesn't mean it's inaccurate. So we want people to understand that. We're also, I've asked Lisa to change maybe the wording a little bit on the webpage so people understand a little bit easier. But there's always a lot of confusion, and you new commissioners, y'all get phone calls just like I just described.
Or you will,
Yeah.
if you haven't.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's, if y'all want to add anything to it, but that's what I wanted to discuss.
I'll just,
Decision, if we're open for discussion right now, or do we need to make a motion?
No, it's just discussion.
Well, it's discussion.
You know, assuming the position, one of the most challenging thing was figure out how to do this or not do this. Knowing I don't have my own intelligence arm, which provides me weather updates, fire updates, things like that, which I was used to before. You've got to do it on your own and figure out. So,
Let me just explain. I see the curious looks. He's a retired Marine colonel. Okay?
Yeah,
That's
I
what
ran
he's,
a
that's what
base.
he's talking about.
in some other state, I won't say the state.
Yeah.
But it was very interesting to have a lot of information, and now you got to kind of hunt for it. You got to have relationships, and in order to do that, from my perspective, I wanted to open it up to the group how they make the decisions. That's very important when you get a lot of calls from people about whether to implement or to lift a burn ban. So that decision is on us, and that came very quickly in our early tenure to make those decisions. So what I did, 3 different websites. I was lucky to know what to look for, having done this before and used it previously, but also the relationships with our 2 fire chiefs. I want to go on record and say I'm going to call Adam Eichholz, who's at Comfort, who does East Kerr as well, and then of course Charles Holt, no relation, who does Centerpoint. So those are the 2 primary agencies that respond to East Kerr County. Couple that with websites, couple that with a few phone calls to my locals that have been there for a while. just to get their pulse, and that's how I make a decision. So curious to know how the rest of
I
you
use a
does.
very similar process, but also for the public right now, you need to know that there's a lot of ranchers doing controlled burns right now. It doesn't mean you shouldn't call in, because if they did what they're supposed to do responsibly, they called in to let the fire department and the sheriff's department know that they were gonna be burning. But don't think that there's wildfires going around the hill country right now, because you will see a lot of smoke this time of the year. Controlled burns are very necessary.
Yeah, and I've had several going on. You know, I'm in precinct 4, which is 2/3 of the county landmass wise. And, I have 4 volunteer fire departments, and that's how I change, or I get input from them. They're the professionals. And so, I'll send out a group text, say yay or nay as far as lifting or implementing the burn ban, and it's a consensus. Cause this has actually happened. Had people get 5 inches of rain in Hunt, Texas, and I'll get two tents at my house. And so, you know, you look out your window and say, man, we need to lift the burn ban. Maybe that's right, but maybe 20 miles over in Divide, it's a different story. So, we still have a better process, of handling burn bans than most counties. Most counties wait till we meet like this and it's all or none for the whole county. Well, if we have the burn ban on right now and it rains tonight, well, we wouldn't meet for 2 more weeks if we did it that way. So we have a good process here. It works. And, and getting back to the prescribed burns, what they have to send a burn ban plan to the judge and I, if it's in precinct 4, and by professional, to implement that. And they notify us as well as the VFD in that area, so.
And I'll just point out, it is possible to do a controlled burn during a burn ban. You still have to file all the appropriate paperwork and information and coordinate
Right.
with your volunteer fire department, because they will be on scene during the control burn. So it's possible. It's not preferable. I'm not trying to encourage that, but as Commissioner Harris points out, conditions, especially in his precinct, can be very different across the whole area. So the only other thing I wanted to do was remind the public what the burn ban hotline number is. And it's 830-792-4328. So please always call before you burn. It keeps your volunteer firefighters from having to show up to respond to what somebody called in thinking there's a fire out of control. So, and I applaud Commissioner Harris, great language. Look forward to seeing the website improved. So, thank you.
And I don't think we need any action, do we?
No, we don't. I just wanted the discussion. So,
Yep.
that's it.
But to the students, the state of Texas has the authority to tell us not to burn. They delegate it to the counties. The county delegates it to the precinct commissioners. And there's 4 different precincts, which are all different, and they're on and off at the same time. Local government.
Judge, before we proceed, Mr. Keith Anderson came in, and this might be a good time to get his oath in the book before we take our break, maybe.
Okay.
Keith, we already voted you in, so you're stuck with it.
Okay, this is
1.2.
Okay, this is photo op. This is what you always wanted, right?
Now, I just want to say I appreciate you stepping up, Keith. I appreciate it.
Stand down here in front. Swear him in. And there are 2 oaths that I have to give you. Okay. I'm explaining to the students in OLH here, so they know what we're doing. The first one that I'm about to read to him is the one that is required to do of all elected officials, or all appointed officials, when you take your oath. And this is the non-corruption oath. It's not, we'll do the fun one here in just a minute. But this one, we have to get this one out of the way. Okay, so if you would, please raise your hand. Right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Keith Anderson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly or indirectly
that I have not directly or indirectly
paid,
paid,
offered,
offered,
promised to pay,
promised to pay,
contributed,
contributed,
or promised to contribute
or promised to contribute
any money
any money
or thing of value
or thing of value
or promised any public office
or promised any public office
or employment
or employment
for the giving
for the giving
or withholding
or withholding
of a vote
of a vote
at the election
at the election
at which I was elected,
at which I was elected,
or as a reward
or as a reward
to secure my appointment
to secure my appointment
or confirmation,
or confirmation,
whichever the case may be.
whichever the case may be.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. On this one, see, every elected official has to say that. And if you don't, you can't take office. Okay, this is fun. Cameras? I, state your name,
I, Keith Anderson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Board of Commissioners
of Board of Commissioners
of the Emergency Service District
of the Emergency Service District
Number 1
Number 1
of Kerr County
of Kerr County
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and the laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll get you to sign here, and I'll take care of it.
A couple years ago, Keith the diver, we had him dive down and look at Ingram Dam, see if we need to do anything to it or anything.
Thank you for your service.
No, I couldn't see this far in front of my face.
It was a tough chore. Thank you, sir. You can escape now. Thank you.
Okay. We've got a timed item at 10 o'clock and another timed item at 10:30. So I'm looking back at our auditor. Can we take the surplus? Are you ready to do one of those? Sure. I'm skipping down the agenda because we have to wait for the timed items to be called. Let's move down to item 1.16, which is to consider, discuss, take appropriate action to surplus the IT department. Yeah.
Yes, the list that you have in front of you is the request from the IT department to surplus their equipment.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the surplusing of the IT equipment as presented. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I guess we can do the next one too? Number 1.17 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the Kerr County request for prorated distribution of proceeds from the tobacco settlement permanent trust account, which is signed by me. But this is our portion of the tobacco settlement funds.
Yes, this is a standard report that we do annually, and we finished it and asked the judge to sign it, and we should have brought it before y'all first. So this is another one we're asking y'all to ratify what we did.
This is for forgiveness, not permission, because we did it.
I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the prorated amount of the tobacco settlement as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. With that, let's take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back, take the timed item at 10 o'clock. We'll be back here just a little bit before, let's make it back here at 10 o'clock.
I hope we get it.
We have a 10 o'clock item, which is item 1.12. Consider discuss and take appropriate action to open, read aloud, and receive sealed bids for construction services for the Kerr County Indoor Arena Structural Retrofit Project, and refer received bids to the Office of the County Engineer for evaluation and award recommendations at the February 24, 2025 Commissioners Court meeting. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. There should be some bids. There's one bid.
One bid.
We could get that opened up.
Drum roll, please.
I open you read it.
Well, he did.
All right. Done this.
Albert Martinez,
Martinez
Roofing and Construction.
Okay, and we have one, only one from him?
I think he's the only bid. That's the only bid.
Yeah. Just making sure.
So we just hand this off to,
Well, we have to state.
You have to read the price.
Okay, we do state.
On the record.
Thank you.
Should be a total price on the bottom of page 070-6.
070-6. Hey, the new guy's got paperwork up here.
You'll see a bunch of handwritten or possibly typed in prices. There's 2 pages to the pricing. There's 13 items.
Yeah, thank you.
That total will be right under that item 13.
070 tax 6.
-6, yes, sir.
All right. Looks like the total bid that I see on 070 tax 6 is $147,845.50 for this bid, again, from Albert Martinez.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you.
And we do have the ability to award only certain pieces of that, right?
That's correct. The bid documents state that the court reserves the right to award in any manner any of the bid items 1 through 13. So we'll go back and evaluate these. I'll get with Commissioner Paces on this, and we'll bring this back in 2 weeks with a recommendation. Or at the next Commissioners Court meeting.
I will say Albert
2 weeks.
Martinez is excellent to work with. He's done several projects with us, and without a doubt, he has a community in mind for this stuff.
So,
He also has the roof replacement contract, so it
Yep.
makes good sense.
Hand in
But
hand.
I will say I'm a little disappointed in the price, a little higher than I would hope.
okay, moving on. We need to.
We'll need the court to
Accept.
accept the bids and to refer them to the county engineer
I'll make a
for
mo-
tabulations.
I'll make a motion that the court accept the bid from Albert Martinez.
Second.
It's not accept, it's receive. I
Receive.
apologize.
All right, that
We're
we
not-
receive the bid
That's
and
right.
refer it to county engineer for evaluation and recommendation of award.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second to receive the bids as presented and refer them to the county engineer for evaluation and recommendations. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve construction change order number 3 for Phase 3 of the East Kerr County Center Point wastewater project, and authorize the county judge to sign same. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. Change order 3 for Phase 3 of the East Kerr County Centerpoint wastewater project was previously approved by Commissioner Precinct 3 Letts and Precinct 2 Gibson in August of 2022. It was signed by Commissioner Gibson as recalled by the engineering department. The work was executed by the contractor D. Guerra Construction LLC, and payment was made by the county. A record of this signature cannot be located by the contractor, engineer, or grant administrator, and therefore must be approved and signed by the Commissioners Court in order to receive outstanding reimbursements from grant funds and to close the project out. The county engineer requests that the court approve construction change order number 3 for the East Kerr County Centerpoint wastewater project and authorize the judge to sign the same. This is precincts 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the court approve construction change order number 3 for Phase 3 of the East Kerr County Center Point wastewater project and authorize the county judge to sign the same.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the construction change order number 3 for Phase 3 as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.14, consider discuss and take appropriate action regarding a proposal from Cypress Roofing to remove and replace screws on the show barn roof and the expo hall roof at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Mr. Harris.
Yeah, we have some problems with our roof out there, and Cypress Roofing had given us a bid of $26,325 to go up there and go through the whole thing and replace them. Since they got the bid on the other arena side, if they did it at the same time they were working on the roofing, that facility, they would knock off some of the price and let us, and do it for $23,500. So it's something that has to be done. We got leaks, and you know, those things, that building's getting a little age, and you know how those screws in those metal roofs have, they start backing out and stuff, so it's something we have to address. So, not sure how this money would be paid. Tanya, this is something new. We'd have to find the money someplace, but it would be a savings to the county, and it's something we gotta do anyway. So, any thoughts? Okay. Well, let's, try to find the money some way or another, and I'm sure we can do it maybe out of contingency or something like that.
Have you checked with Shane? He has a maintenance budget for.
Well, Shane was Jake was supposed to be here to talk this as well. So I'm gonna make a move and make a motion to approve accepting this and having it done, pending us allocating how it's gonna be paid for.
Subject to finding the money.
Right,
I'll second.
and I'm sure we will.
I'll second based on your
Yeah.
pending.
Okay.
We've had a motion and a second to approve the proposal from Cypress Roofing to remove and replace screws on the show barn roof and expo hall roof at the Youth Event Center as presented. The only thing I will say, we've got a motion and a second. My comment is, finding money is a lot harder than you think in this budget.
I know.
Right.
We trimmed the fat pretty good.
Yeah.
But I think Shane will probably have it.
Am I looking for $26,325 or $23,000?
23.5.
23.5.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.15, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval to surplus various office-type items from the Kerr County Road and Bridge Department. Ms. Hoffert.
Kerr County Road and Bridge has asked that the office-type items on the attached list be surplus from the Road and Bridge Department. The list and photos of these items are attached in the backup information for this agenda item. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to surplus the office-type items on the list from the Kerr County Road and Bridge Department.
I move for approval.
I'll say.
Got a motion and a second to approve the requested surplus items from Road and Bridge as presented. Any discussion?
Kelly, my question is, I can't tell from the photos. They're in black and white and very difficult.
Here,
But
I
mean,
can,
My only question is there any remaining life to these? Is anybody else gonna use them, or are we gonna dispose of them?
I really can't answer that for you. I mean, usually when they go to surplus something, they'll, and I've got color pictures, there's some file cabinets that probably somebody could use it, looked to be in pretty decent condition,
Okay.
but yeah,
Well, I
I mean, I
guess-
can send these color photos to Jody and just see if they can send them out if anybody
Yeah.
has any need for some of them. Some of it's pretty aged,
Right.
but there are some file cabinets that are pretty nice. There's a nice wood desk
Okay.
that's on the list, but yeah, I'll send
Well,
the color ones to
I would
Jody and
Encourage to circulate it somehow
uh-huh.
to where, our department heads
So
are aware that they're available.
What's the process?
And then if there's anything that's
process
beyond its
when they
life,
surplus.
I mean, my main point is, we end up storing too many things that we
Yeah.
should just dispose of.
I agree.
So if there's any way to differentiate between the two,
Yeah.
what's still useful and hopefully other people might have an interest in it
Yeah.
versus totally getting rid of it. So,
Yeah, well, I'll send these color pictures to Jody and
Okay,
see if she
thank
can
you.
do an all-county send out.
Well, I'll just comment that my experience has been most of the stuff that's surplused is not usable.
I agree.
There are some good things that you find some use. And if you want to know what it looks like over to the juvenile probation facility,
Yeah.
you just walk through and see what all we've got in there that we still haven't been able to get rid of.
Right.
Well, and that's my point. We need to get rid of it.
And storage
Quit
is
storing it.
a huge
Well, once it's
problem.
surplus, we have the ability to get rid of it. But it has to be, and the process is, if a department head has, or an elected official has something that they think is no longer usable, then they file it with what, the auditor's office, who puts it on the agenda, and we consider whether to surplus it or not. Once we have, then that is authority for the department head to be able to dispose of that property accordingly.
Yeah.
And that is either for reuse or for disposal.
Well, and I will say, there's some file cabinets that look pretty nice, I mean, just from the photos. But any of that metal stuff too, if nobody's interested in it, we usually take recycle, because we have items at Road and Bridge, and we go down to Center Point and we'll recycle stuff. And we recently have gotten pretty good money from some of the cleanup and stuff that we've done that just really is garbage.
Yeah. I think our surplus efforts have been very efficient.
Unless we're storing it after
Well,
we surplus it.
Yeah.
The
But
point
then-
is, there's
but
still
then
a lot of
somebody has
stuff
to-
at the juvenile detention, so.
Well, who put it there has got to step up and say they want to get rid of it.
Right. Yeah, that's the reason I was asking you, what's the process? Because once we get through doing it here, it should be something that we're not,
It goes back to the departments or the offices,
okay.
is where it goes.
Most of it's called maintenance, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We voted on this yet? No. Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you.
Let's move down to item 1.18. Consider discussion, take appropriate action to assign meal rates per IRS per diem rates. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, in January, the IRS typically updates their rates that employees can request or businesses can give for overnight travel for training purposes. Historically, Kerr County has paid the lowest amount, no matter what location the training is in. And so the prior year's amount was $59 a night or a day, basically. And so in looking at updating these, there were requests from different commissioners, judges, for us to look into what some of the other rates may be. We looked into the majority of where our employees are taking those trainings at. And so the list that you see before you has the majority of where people are going. So that would be College Station, Corpus Christi, Denton, San Antonio, Galveston, South Padre, Austin, Dallas, or Houston. So out of that, there's 3 different rates that could apply. We had one commissioner that requested that we just go with the middle rate, which would have been $74. The only thing about that is if somebody went to Corpus Christi, then that would mean that the amount of money that was being reimbursed over the $68 standard rate would need to be taxed in their payroll, which is not what we want to do. And so in looking at all of this, if we use the 3-digit or the 3 different rates that we're showing here for the different counties, we would actually work with IT and have 3 different travel request vouchers that could be used. So it would just be based on where the employees were going.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adopt the assigned meal rates per the IRS per diem rates as presented, which is the 3 different groups,
3 different areas.
sorry.
Yeah, second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the recommendations regarding the meal rates for the IRS per diem rates as presented. And to me, it's a shame that our employees will actually have to come out of pocket when we send them to one of these continuing education programs. And so this is just something that, with inflation and economic pressure, we need to take care of, make sure they get reimbursed.
And I want to thank you for the briefing. I think you were able to give most of us individually on this. I was actually surprised we don't have, a floating geolocation. I'm so used to that in a federal capacity when we go and visit someplace. It's not just, you go to Dallas and you get paid for Kerrville food. It's a little more expensive there. So thanks for explaining all that and making probably a more reasonable accommodation for those that travel.
This is just your beginning to understand the vision of federal.
A little different, federal and state.
Right,
A little
right.
different.
Yeah, and I was the one that wanted to kind of average the 3, but as she pointed out, that's not.
Well, I think the region specific, it's much fairer to everyone. So any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Judge?
Yeah, I'll
We'll make it effective
I'll-
immediately.
m-
And second.
revise my motion to make
I will
this
second
effective
that
with
for
immediate.
Effective immediately. Thank you. Okay, before we,
No,
Good
I wanna
there's
skip-
19.
I know, but I'm gonna skip, I wanna skip.
Oh, okay,
I'm gonna go down to item 1.23
okay.
and call it out of order. And that is to consider, discuss, take appropriate action to amend the professional design services contract with Peter Lewis Architects for the Kerr County Animal Control Services Facility, court order number 39805, to add coordination of items not included in construction contract with J.K. Bernhardt. Mr.
All
Moore.
right, I'm gonna talk just for a little bit, introduce what the project is, and I will tell you, the animal control facility, as your commissioner for precinct 3, I've been assigned this as liaison. This is my main effort, is to see this through. I'm gonna spend a lot of time in studying that. I've had a good briefing already from the architects, the engineers, the construction firm, which is already, as you know, when I talked about the groundbreaking on the 14th, has already begun work in this. It is a significant amount of time and coordination required to do that. As discussed previously, there are still some unanswered items that have not been addressed yet for this facility in order to make it operational. Some of these are major that we have to figure out. I'm not asking for the court to figure that out or consider that. I just know additional study and his help is needed to figure out how we do some major things. And I do have Jonathan Letts here, and I'm gonna ask that he speaks in a moment a little bit about what they're looking for this, and we have discussed this previously. Major items, fence was not included in the contract to go around the complete facility. In order to do that, scope of work, walkthrough, we're going to do that. That has to be done. We don't know the exact price for the fence around it, whether it's a complete fence, chain link fence, partial fence, but we know we need a fence in order to hold animals within a major facility. That is my number one on things that are required. I would say second, believe it or not, is the inside FFE. Normally when you let a contract this large, you have furnishing, fixings, and equipment. Those chairs you sit in, those blinds that you do, that computer, that desk, this is all considered FFE. We've got a new facility with just walls. Inside of it, you have to bring everything. In order to do that, I've tasked our animal control in order to get through a list and go through everything and figure out what is usable, right? And I've asked them to do that in what I traditionally do in a move for buildings in my past life is stoplight it. Red, yellow, green. Green is good to go. It's a new refrigerator. It's gonna last 5 years. Let's move it. Yellow might be that conference table that looks pretty good, maybe has a 5-year lifespan. Let's consider moving that, okay, as long as it doesn't fall apart or a bad desk. Red is, it's at its end of term, it's a bad chair, let's not even move that. That becomes a list of items by priority. I task them to do that in order to move everything. There's gonna be some items in red that we need to be aware of, and I will go look at all those items, and then they will end up on a surplus thing. I've tasked them to do the FFE. The major portion of that not covered is dog kennels. It's a big room, no kennels. The kennels we currently have are not movable. They're concrete brick walls. So we have to figure out dog kennels. That's your number 3 major item. I would say there are a few more on there, like security cameras. We use currently a system with the sheriff, which is the Guardian suite of cameras. Those are very important to try to match and actually go through data as a law enforcement agency as well with animal control officers. It's important to capture that information, but also liability. That everything gets recorded that needs to get recorded. And we probably need to look through there and make sure we have the right balance of how many cameras do we actually need, because those can run up a large bill. Sure. And I would say lastly would be, there is a walking path that was around there that is probably 5th and it was asked for, but not necessarily a high priority. There are some things that have to be done in order to move. And one of those is a plan of move. If you've ever made anyone move a building to a new building, it's about the most emotional thing you'll ask people to do. And I've done it several times, and it's still not easy, even when you got a new office and you're moving furniture. So I say that is, I can't do this all by myself. There's an incredible amount of knowledge that resides in former Commissioner Jonathan Letts, and Peter Lewis has asked to retain him. So he has more information about the contract and the execution that he can speak about now, and I'll offer the floor up to him. Thank you.
Interesting seeing you on that side of the podium.
Interesting to be here. I think,
Let's just pause a moment, let people find some seats, so we get settled. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I think Commissioner Holt kind of outlined it very well. Peter and I started talking about this, about a month ago, I guess, shortly after I retired. And it seems like there's a lot of things that need to be done, need to be coordinated. One of the big things that Commissioner Holt didn't mention is the rainwater catchment system, which is under a grant with UGRA. And with that, there's also quite a bit of called bio berms, and maybe even a bioswale in there, which is very specific as to how they have to be built. None of that project has been, other than the money set aside. And the good thing on that part is that is all reimbursable under the grant, any time spent on that. But there's just a lot of coordination that needs to be done out there. I've talked with Charlie, I've talked with Peter, I've talked with Reagan, and of course with Commissioner Holt quite a bit, and came up with a plan that you have. I don't go over all the items on the list. It's a contract amendment to Peter Lewis's contract. I would be working for Peter Lewis. It's on an hourly basis. It's not to exceed $25,000, which is, I think, is a reasonable amount. It'll be kind of drawn out throughout the budget. Some of it may be after or into next year's budget. And one of the first things, and I know that the whole court, I've talked to everyone on the court about this, so they're familiar with it, but I know that everyone's very concerned on cost. I mean, this is a very tight budget year. I understand that. Trying to figure out how to do it the most economical. And that's one of the things that I think that I can bring to this is to analyze it all and figure out how things can be done as inexpensively as possible. Kennels, maybe you only do half the kennels. We look at the types of the kennels. So it's a lot of work that goes into it. And really, Reagan and his staff, they don't have the expertise to do some of this stuff. someone has to do it, and I would be glad to, because I really want to see this facility finished and finished properly. And any questions y'all have, I'll be glad to answer.
As a highly qualified expert in this, I certainly appreciate you being willing to take this across the finish line. And I look forward to working with you. It is something additionally for the court to consider. But when I saw this project, when I walked in from day one and got the brief and then saw what all the deltas that are left off, I'm like, wow. And then, do we have the schedule yet, the contracts? Because normally you get like a program management schedule that's all laid out on a big Excel and it has timelines. That's still being developed as well, but I have confidence that Otto, the engineer, is gonna be able to do that. We're gonna have a lot of meetings we're scheduled for already to continually meet with this group. That's why this is my main effort. And I know I can't do it by myself. And I know that neither can he, but in order to get this to completion and figure out where we get money, I think we need to resource a lot of people, because there might be some folks that are out there. And normally from my background, I'd be a little uncomfortable asking for grants, donations, and money personally, because you don't do that federally. You don't obligate anything on behalf of the government. So I'm grateful that we have people that can do that, and we have an organization, Kerrville Pets Alive, that is very interested in partnering as well. So
I had a conversation with Jonathan, and I told him I was gonna bring this up too, and it is the money. Where are we getting that money? Which is the reason that I've had some very vocal objections to a lot of this process when it comes to the dog pound,
Yeah.
kennel. And same thing when you're listing and itemizing all these things that need to be done, those are pretty much have-tos that we have no cost idea of yet. And until you've got to build a building, we've come to that point now, but to make it functional, at some point, the public deserves to know what this is gonna cost us. Sure. Because right now, there's a lot of unknowns.
I totally agree, and in my fashion, I like to ease into issues, especially major ones like that, and I swear my computer's on you as far as broadcasting. There is
It's him.
at first you have to have the money, right, allocated, and then you have to figure out what's left.
Well, you have to know how much to
Right now,
allocate.
I'm asking to figure out what's left and how we get there. I think it will be considerable, but I think it will roll over to next year's operating budget. And I'm concerned about that, because that is left on our court and the judge to try to figure out how we get money for the kennels, because you can't move in without kennels and a fence, period. And we're gonna have a new building. Now we're trying to figure out how we get that money through grants, or how we get that money through other foundations. And I can think of no one more qualified to go ask and hunt and do that than Jonathan. So I'm asking for his help to get there.
But before you can amend that contract, you've got to know where that money's coming from. So have y'all talked to Tanya and figured out where you're gonna get that additional funding?
I mean, one comment, the first thing I would do is come up with the budget you're talking about, because that is clear. And you can't go to the grants until you know what, you have to be very specific. So that's step one, is to figure out exactly what it is, what has to be done, this year, what can be pushed off into the next budget, and have a schedule of that. As to this contract, like I said, part of it would be reimbursable, maybe 25%, 20%, something like that. The other part of it would come out of professional services. I'm not sure what, because it's not under Peter Lewis's general contract, it's a additional item. I'm not sure what the line item, how much is in professional services right now, but that's, to me, where I think the funds would come from.
Well, I'm concerned because the judge just made the comment a while ago on $23,500 about how hard it is to find.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's actually absolutely true, and I share your concerns. I mean, this bond was for $5.75 million. The contract we awarded to
5.9.
JK was, a little over 5.9, so we were already over budget then, and then, of course, it excluded all these things that we know we have to have before this new shelter can be operational. So I have no idea what that final number is, and I think it's a very serious concern. And it won't be easy finding the additional dollars, but we kind of have to, because we're pregnant, having spent almost $6 million, or we will have, just to build the facility. We don't have a lot of choice. I mean, it would be pure stupidity to have an empty facility that can't be used. So we're gonna have to find a way. But I think most of this will be in next year's budget. But next year's budget is gonna be very difficult. You know, we've already,
I don't know about that, Commissioner.
well, anyway, I
Completion
think
date
it
is in
will.
November, isn't it? Dave, in the contract?
November 3rd is the
Oh, you're talking about
contract
the
completion date.
When we expend this money. Well, we'll see. But
And
I
don't
mean,
get me
we
wrong,
certainly
I
don't have
agree with
money
you.
in this
There's-
year's budget.
There's nobody more qualified than that man over there
Yeah.
to do this either. I agree with that, 100%. I'm just concerned about the money,
Sure.
even to pay him, or
Well-
increase Peter Lewis's.
Let's start this the right way. We need a motion and a second. Now, I'm gonna go
Motion.
ahead- I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, got a second. This is a rent-a-commissioner situation. It's like a rent-a-cop. And the person that has the most knowledge, most experience, and much expertise to help us land this facility, complete this facility, is Commissioner Letts. And Peter Lewis has been long, faithful professional for this court, this county for decades. And is proposing to hire Commissioner Letts to help us do this. That has already been run past our county attorney. I'm looking over at her. We've dotted i's and crossed t's. Everything's legal about doing this, so this is not anything that we object to. At the end of the day, the problem is back to exactly what everybody's talked about. We have to find the money. And trust me, Ms. Shelton and I are acutely aware of what we need to do. And we're lifting, turning every rock and stone that we can to see where the hidey holes are that we might be able to amass enough money to get it completed this year. But the bottom line is, as you said, Commissioner, the baby's about to be delivered, and we don't have a choice. We need to find a way to do this. And of all the things that we have to do, find the money to do, to me, the number one priority is to hire somebody that knows how to get it done. And that's why I think this $25,000 to addendum to Peter Lewis's contract is vital for us to be able to do what needs to be done and deliver this baby.
May I say something?
Up there.
Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did want to make you all aware that since this project began.
Let me identify the
Oh,
public.
Noelle Putnam, grant coordinator. I have done some research on different needs that we will have upcoming, like you've spoken of, and have a little file going of things that could possibly come up in the future. And I would love to be able to assist in trying to find money, or at least see what's out there. There are some other grants that could possibly be coming around that could help with some of the things like the kennels, or another one is any sort of supplies we would need veterinary-wise, like surgical units, things of that nature. Now, this research is kind of old. I would need to update it, but I've been holding on to it until we got to the point that we were actually going to be doing something. And at this point, if I could possibly sit in on some of these meetings, I was in on the beginning. I have spoken in the past with Peter Lewis about some of these options. But now that we are at the point of getting there, if you would allow me to also assist, I could assist Peter and the commissioners in possible opportunities to take away some of that burden of funding.
Ms. Putnam, we're not gonna only allow you, we're gonna beg you to help us with this.
Well, I know there's a lot of stress and talk about this, but I just did want to let y'all know that I have been keeping abreast of this, but I'm not completely in the functioning, but it helps me to know how to do this if I can be in the meetings to see what's happening, what's being discussed, and also as far as procurement goes, if something is going to be over our 50,000 threshold, to see how we need to go out for procurement to get these paid for. So,
Well, and that's just demonstrative of all hands on deck here.
Thank you. That's all I was saying.
And just to kind of put the perspective, groundbreaking is Valentine's Day. Yes, sir. February 14, next Friday. And this thing is supposed to be completed by November 3. And we all know projects sometimes don't complete on time, on schedule. But you can see that it is all hands on deck between now and whenever we deliver this baby. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd need to go down a slight rabbit hole here, but, you know, as we've already talked about, this is gonna be a tough budget. And trying to find the money to finish this off, even if we get some grant help. Typically, there's always matching requirements, so it's great. I mean, thank you, Noel, thank you so much. But the point I wanna make is, you know, things like the indoor arena at the Youth Event Center, you know, we found an alternative to be able to fund the remaining items. You know, we're moving ahead with the roof and the structural, and you know, that just, the bid that we just opened is gonna eat up a big chunk of the money that this court authorized to expend this fiscal year. And so the remaining 1.8 million or so on that project, you know, we're not gonna have funds to do it, so that's gonna sit on hold, because I'm not gonna go into debt to do it, or raise taxes to do it. So we came up with a great solution, which was the hotel occupancy tax, and yet there are people who don't seem to understand that they are trying to kill the legislation. So I guess my only message is, boy, if there's anybody out there that wants to see the indoor arena in the final state, which will look a lot like the show barn and be a great facility for our kids, they're the main beneficiaries of that one, then you got to reach out to the legislators to let them know, because at least in that scenario, it takes the heat off the county, it puts it onto the visitors that also benefit
Commissioner,
from it. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I know it's not
Well-
really this topic, but
But it does
But it-
provide relief.
it does, and overwhelmingly, everybody we talk to is in favor of it, but they're quiet. We have a
Right,
loud
right.
minority that doesn't want to level the playing field. So,
Anyway.
anyway.
That was a rabbit hole.
All that's been heard, but as the presiding officer, I need to get us back on agenda. And that is, we need to hire somebody to oversee this project and land this thing,
Yep.
deliver this baby as best we can. And I think Commissioner Letts is the best person that we can have on this.
former commissioner.
Former commissioner.
There's a lot of work to be done. That's why this is my main effort, not partnering with that. Just from my experience and seeing projects and from the very beginning, like, okay, I'm all
Let's have a
in.
vote.
So with that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry, so will those funds be also coming from professional services?
I'll work that out with the auditor. We confer about these things, not daily, but certainly weekly or bi-weekly. Okay, with that, let's take a short break so everybody can get resettled. We've got a 10:30 item coming up. And we'll get started just as soon as we can, and we need to get our attorney on speakerphone. Come back to order. Let me apologize to the public and to all the people that have come in. We're running a little late today. We got kind of caught up on that last agenda item. Other than that, we were ahead, so I apologize for starting a little bit late. But let's move on to item 1.2020. And consider, discuss, and take appropriate action pursuant to Chapter 391 of the Texas Local Government Code and other authority regarding the proposed interlocal government cooperative agreement, or ILA, with Kendall County for the Hill Country Energy Subregional Planning Commission. And that's abbreviated HCESRPC. That was discussed and edited by the commissioners appointed by both commissioners' courts to negotiate the ILA, now before the court for the review and appropriate action by the commissioners' courts of both Kerr and Kendall counties. Commissioner Paces.
Okay, and I'm gonna, before I get to the discussion part, I'm gonna lead off with a motion that this court approve and authorize the judge to sign the interlocal agreement for the Hill Country Energy Subregional Planning Commission that's before the court.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Okay, now for
Now the floor, go ahead.
All right, so now for a little bit more background, we have been cussing and discussing this, I think that's your phrase, but I kind of like it, and it definitely applies here. We've been discussing this whole Chapter 391 Subregional Planning Commission with Kendall County for quite some time. I hate to admit how long it's been, but anyway. And, you know, this court, I'm very appreciative that the court has been very supportive and unanimous in all of the resolutions and things that have been brought before the court. It's taken us a while, and we've involved our outside counsel, Mr. Chuck Kimbrough, who has helped prepared various documents. The one in front of the court right now is the interlocal agreement with Kendall County. And of course, we because there's another county involved, Kendall had their views on it and their version of it. They made a bunch of edits. So this court appointed myself and Commissioner Holt to effectively negotiate with Kendall County to come to some kind of acceptable final agreement in terms of the form of both the interlocal, and we'll talk later about the bylaws. So we have done that. We've had several good meetings. Again, we've had the support of both their general counsel and our outside counsel. And while it's fair to say that the legal support hasn't been, you know, they've advised us against some things. I think that's fair to say. But I think what you have before the court is, you know, very reasonable. I don't see any smoking guns or any hidden things that are going to come to bite us. I think these documents will work for the purposes that they're intended for. And I encourage the court to approve the interlocal agreement that's before us with a unanimous vote.
Any other discussion?
Did anybody want to speak on this item? I think, I will at least point out that we have Commissioner Jennifer McCall from Kendall County, who is here in support. She's been very instrumental in all of the work that's gone into getting us to this point.
Okay. I have four requests to speak. First one is Jennifer McCall.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I just came in support again of the process, and I appreciate all of the time. I believe it's over a year that we've been talking back and forth about how to come to what we see before us today. And so I just appreciate those members of the community who have been involved, both in Kerr and Kendall County, and the commissioners, and the time spent to get to this process. So thank you very much. I know Commissioner Paces has been instrumental here as well. So I just basically wanted to come and thank you guys for the support, and looking forward to working together.
Thank you. Next is Pat Long.
Move it down. Pat Long, Center Point. and actually I live in Willow Bend, so this whole thing really hits me hard because that's right where the best, they want to put the best in. And of course, I could go into all kinds of things there. I mean, we know all the problems with the fires, the pollution, the devaluing of property, the noise, so on and so forth. So I'm so thankful for those that are and really pushing the 391 Commission, the Chapter 391 Sub-Regional Planning Committee, to go forward, please, to protect us for our health, safety, our whole welfare. And like I said, I'm just very grateful for those that are pushing that commission, and thank you so much for letting me say something. Thanks.
Thank you. Linda Bullard.
Linda Bullard from Goat Creek Road. And I also want to say how grateful I am for the leadership and the patience and persistence of all you commissioners, as well as the commissioners from Kendall County, and thanks to Commissioner McCall for coming here today, who've made this moment possible. I'm also proud of the citizens of Kerr County who have come forward so passionately to defend their interests, and as well our media, which has covered this so thoroughly. Everyone is just doing such a terrific job tackling this complex issue facing the Hill Country. And it's really great to have that feeling of confidence in our elected officials that you've got our backs. So I congratulate you and also all of us on reaching this crucial point today. And I would like to offer a couple of observations. First, I did take note that in the interlocal agreement where the scope of the Commission's authority is set out in paragraph 11D, that you replaced the term best, which we've been using until now in our deliberations, with the broader term S, dropping the B, so that it's S refers to all technologies involved in energy storage, not just those involving batteries. And I want to say that I think that was a very smart and forward-looking move to cover the entire category of energy storage systems in the purview of this commission. So thanks for taking that action. Appreciate that. And secondly, as many of you know, about 3 weeks ago there was a horrific fire in California at beautiful and ecologically sensitive Moss Landing in the Monterey Bay. And it was at the biggest, best facility in the world, as I understand it, owned, coincidentally, by a Texas company. And it was the fourth fire to have taken place there. It's been called the 3 Mile Island and a pivotal point in the BESS industry. People are fighting mad out there and fed up. And the reaction has been that in the last couple of weeks, there's been a flurry of legislative activity out there. And one of those responses is the introduction of a new California law whose primary intent is to reassert local control by, quote, requiring local engagement in the permitting process and limiting approval authority to local government agencies. So, while I'm not accustomed to looking to California for my political inspiration, I do see an encouraging sign here for us. Local governments there also had no or little authority over BESS permitting and siting, and now they're clamoring for it. So we are definitely not alone, neither at the state level nor at the national level. And just because we have no specific authority in this matter at this moment doesn't necessarily mean that we won't ever have. And this 391 Commission is the first step on the path to remedying that situation. So thank you again for all your hard work to make it happen. Good luck. We'll be watching with interest and support.
Thank you.
Can I just offer a little bit of clarification? I can't take credit for the change from best to S. Kendall County wanted that for their own reasons, but we supported it. It was one of the things that we agreed to, so we won't take credit for that one, though.
And the last person I have that wants to speak is Linda Peterson.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to just bring up a brief point. I am Linda Peterson. I live off of Silver Hills Road, high up on a hill that sometimes I look out and I call the Center Point Fire Department and let them know things are ablaze. The real point I want to make is the insurance that is now an extra expense for a lot of ranchers in our vicinity. If we're lucky enough to get a policy. My sister, about 3 weeks ago, was canceled from national insurance. When contacted, they said they've got a new term for our vicinity. It's called the brush line hazard. She was dropped. Farmers is dropping and only covering up to $600,000 on some homes. I was lucky. I got a bill that raised my monthly insurance only $100. Up to $550 a month. A big hit for a retired old lady. But the attitude was, you're lucky you have insurance. Well, the fire that was mentioned out in California, those are the issues that the people are handling right now. And I'm here today to say the commission may be a good point to start to look at the fire hazards. Perhaps those gaining all the profits for leasing the land to these arrangements and systems of energy storage, maybe they should be hitting an extra expense to operate, and that would be covering the insurance and the risks of these hazards. That's all I really wanted to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other input from the public? Thank you. From the court? I have some questions. First of all, let me say, I'm going to vote for this. We're going to do this unanimously. I just want to make sure that we all understand I understand what we're doing. First of all, it goes to the scope. We went from the battery to just energy. What are the other things that this would cover? What are these energy?
You want to speak to that? I'll just say again that this was
Okay,
something
I
that Kendall County wanted.
Well,
and I think
I may like it. I don't know. I'm just trying to find
Well-
what's in the scope of just the ESS.
So one of the things that has been brought up in our research and talking to subject matter experts is that not only do BESS facilities come, but what follows quickly after are the wind farms and solar. So this would cover all of those entities.
And so this.
On recent discovery, I guess, from a lot of the ERCOT files that we've had, we've seen where they are adding the battery storage on site with solar, adding it on site with the wind, and then there's a large amount. The numbers that I've been discussing are the standalone battery energy storage systems, which I said earlier were 830. Remember that?
Yeah.
Nope. 922.
And rising.
And rising. And those are just the standalone plans to meet the demand from ERCOT. So we realize the scope of this has kind of grown out from the standalone battery to the ones that are partnered on site with wind and solar, just to clarify.
I mean, right now, the majority of these are BESS, but this was something
let's give us the acronyms of the BESS so the public knows what we're talking about.
BESS is Battery Energy Storage System.
Right.
S is Energy Storage System, so which would include any battery energy storage systems.
But all I wanted to clarify is that by moving it from a battery energy, now we're moving it to just the S, the energy storage system. That's going to include solar and wind.
Well, possibly, but technically, solar and wind aren't storage systems.
They generate.
They generate power, you know?
Okay.
So But again, this was a compromise made. I think they have concerns also
Well-
about regulating these things, which we can't regulate, but they have a fire code and they have a fire marshal and they had some added concerns.
I'm good with that.
So, yeah.
I'm just trying to get
It's a
clarification.
better safety
And
net.
listen to Commissioner Holt, what this would really be is when they bring in these battery storage systems for wind and for solar,
Sure.
you want to be able to investigate that and bring recommendations back to the court as to what you think is the
Yep.
best thing to do about it.
Correct. We had
Okay.
the legal present, and a lot of legal discussion during
Okay,
this.
but so that the public understands, these batteries, these lithium-ion batteries are being used to store energy from traditional electrical transmission lines.
Yes, sir.
And you want to include from wind production and solar. Okay.
As examples,
Yep.
I guess. And
Yeah.
the reason, just to let you know, the reason they're trying to do these closer, of course, it's much cheaper to store energy closer and introduce it to the grid to get past the other junctions.
Yeah.
345 kV line runs from the west to us to Comfort, which is why that Comfort or Kendall substation is so important. And then from that substation runs 138 kV lines, of which feed Kerr County, which is my original, back a year ago, why we're talking about how important that one location is.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay,
And,
I understand.
and I'll only speak from my personal perspective. I would hate to see any kind of big wind power generators here in Kerr County. Those things are so ugly, they're not green, and they're not reliable. But again, I don't think that'll come to it. Our main focus right now is on the battery energy storage systems.
I understand that, and I agree with that.
Okay.
The second question I have is, well, sometimes I lose my thoughts, but it has to do with the board composition. We thought, we're very concerned about our groundwater. And when we put together our proposed draft of the ILA, we included to put somebody on that board from each county that was dealing with groundwater. And that's been removed in the proposed ILA that we have before us now.
Right.
And I'm just curious, why is that not a good idea?
Well, it's not that it's not a good idea. The issue is they are a separate government entity, and we would have to go through a process to get them to agree to participate, and they will have to take a vote. So it's not to say that we can't do that down the road, but we're trying to get this thing off the ground. And the fewer people that are involved in the initial meetings, discussions, and establishing the direction for the commission, the better. But we're not ruling it out. It's just we decided, you can't really put it in there since we haven't had direct discussion with either of the groundwater conservation groups. So, it could come back before the courts if we decide that it's in our interest to go that route, or they are welcome to participate as experts and testify as experts in any of the commission meetings.
Of course.
Well, I understand that.
Which I think is probably the better way to go.
Okay. Well, as I understand it, this commission is going to do the investigation and the studies and come back with recommendations to each of the counties. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna start calling meetings because we want the agencies to come and explain their development plans
And we
versus ours, which is basically not to have any of these things. And,
Well, I don't think we ought to go that far. I think we just need to make everything safe.
okay.
But the function of the commission, the planning commission, is to come back with recommendations, and the county will review that and make a decision. And same thing true with Kendall.
Yeah.
Groundwater is just the same as coming and talking to us, isn't it? Well, I look at it.
Sure.
But, I mean, that was just a question I had about why we cut out the groundwater people, because I think they're important. And the only other thing I would ask is the limited contact that I've had with Judge Stolarczyk is nothing has gone before the Kendall County Commissioners Court on these particular ILAs and bylaws. And that makes me nervous because what we're doing, we meet on Mondays, they meet on Tuesdays, and my understanding is that we approve everything today, and Kendall County is going to take it and do it tomorrow. And do we have any last-minute items that we're going to need to tweak? And can we really enter into an agreement until we know we have approval from our partner. And I guess
I'll ask.
it's not against approval, it's against what days do we sign the paperwork?
Well,
You don't have to sign the paperwork today. If
I know.
the court approves it today.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Kendall County says we wanna make some changes, but it'll have to come back to the court, so it'll
That's-
slow down the process, but it'll need to come back if they have any suggested changes.
Right.
But we can approve the ILA today, we can
Yes,
approve the bylaws today, and we can approve the election or appointment of the board members, commissioners. The elect-
Yes.
Those are separate
We'll
items,
approve
but.
what we got right here.
I know.
But
They
weren't
tweak it.
weren't Kendall County attorneys involved in your meeting?
Absolutely,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Their general counsel was.
I just want the public to understand, everybody's been
Sure.
very eager for us to get this done, but we gotta go through the legal steps, and it's only gonna take a couple of days probably to do that.
And the earlier versions of these documents were before the Kendall County Court. They were considered and discussed. They had some objections to a lot of it, which is how we got back in the position of having kind of a subcommittee meet to cuss and discuss and negotiate the final documents.
But what we're being asked to approve today has not been presented to that court.
Well, I think it's on their agenda for tomorrow.
Right.
So,
Yeah, we're just talking about a day's difference here.
yeah.
Okay?
Right. And I just want to be totally transparent, that the documents that are attached, the ILA that's attached here is not quite the same as what you saw from Chuck Kimbrough. There was a dates mix-up between Kendall County approvals and Kerr County approvals. But in the final documents that Mr. Kimbrough has given to the court and our court administrator has available that you would be asked to sign, that correction's been made. It's very minor, but it had Kerr County approving it on the 11th and Kendall County approving it on the 10th. That's been corrected.
Okay. Well, and I think we had some references in there to the bylaws being incorporated and a few other little things we got.
Yeah, all that was cleaned up in the document. In fact, even what's out there for the public to see right now, all that was already taken care of. This is the only thing that we missed in what
Okay.
was posted for the public to see, but this court has the correct document.
Well, and that's what I want to make sure, because there have been a lot of revisions.
Yes, there have.
And we're probably talking about a dozen?
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But whatever it is that we're going to approve is the last approved version from our outside of counsel, Chuck Kimbrough.
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough, are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you know what I'm talking about in terms of all these different revisions to the ILA?
I was there, yes, sir.
And the bylaws.
Well,
And
Yes, sir.
we'll talk about the bylaws next.
we'll talk about the bylaws, but we're going to.
Yeah.
I
Anyway.
want things to go quickly.
Go
Once we
ahead,
start doing the
that's
voting.
fine. That's fine.
Okay. And just I want you to make sure that we get the last current version with all the things that we have approved, this court has approved.
That's in front of you. I will tell you that, can everybody hear me first?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I sent, after the red line came over from Kendall County after our last team's meeting,
Did we lose you, Chuck?
no, I'm trying to find it on my machine. Hang on just a second. The general counsel for Kendall County, Mr. Matthew Grove, sent the red line across, and we had asked, for the red line, the last red line. And it turns out that because of the last red line between the parties, both documents had to be adjusted. There were exhibit changes, heat and phrasing for the exhibits had to change, so there were a number of housekeeping details that needed to be performed on each document to put them in a form for meeting purposes, for potential approval purposes at a public meeting. And I did that. And it was done since the deadline for the Kerr County submission. You post your agenda on Thursday before the Monday meeting. I was instructed to have the documents ready by noon on Thursday, and I had not heard anything from Kendall County. I called him, or I emailed him, and didn't hear from him. So I had to prepare the documents as best I could for this meeting today, and I did. I hit the deadline. And that's the document in the packet right now, the two documents, okay? The only documents for this meeting that I had any involvement in are the Interlocal Governmental Cooperative Agreement, also called an ILA, with the front page showing an effective date recitation of February the 11th, which is tomorrow. And then a bylaws document. I did not have a part of drafting your proposed resolution that's in the packet today and is subject to a vote. I need to speak to you about that when you get to it.
Okay.
But on the ILA, okay, I had to correct that on Thursday morning with some what we call some housekeeping corrections, you know? And I marked them in bold, italics, and underlined, and they are on the document that's in the packet, that's in the Commissioners Court packet this morning. They are in there, okay? You with me?
Yes, sir.
That's what we call the final document right there. Except Kendall County, they didn't call me, they called Commissioner Paces evidently. They found a typo. I committed a typographical error. It's at the bottom of page 6. You see it? Of the ILA, you see that? We had to type in, there were blanks there for the dates of public approval. I had the dates interposed.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I've mentioned.
Yep.
I had Kendall County, voting on the 10th of February and Kerr County voting on the 11th. You see that?
Yep.
That's wrong,
Okay.
isn't it?
Right.
Kendall's voting tomorrow, the 11th, and Kerr County, the 10th, so I changed that.
Yep.
I changed that.
Got it.
And I put on the top of the first page, you know, the title page of the document, I put what we call a marker on it, on the top, in 10-point type, underlined on the left-hand corner that says for action, for space action, all right? Jody Grinstead's got that. She's got it on her machine. I've got it on my machine. Now, that document is the one that's in front of you. The goal here, this is sort of like a real estate deal, in a way, where you go to the title company and both sides are sitting there and they put their money already into the escrow account of the title company, and the documents are gonna get signed contemporaneously by both parties, and then the money gets distributed. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
That's ideally how you do something like this, but you cannot do it that way because there's two separate governmental entities involved who are voting on separate days. So, if Kerr County wants to vote on this intergovernmental cooperative agreement, I believe it does, and it's ready to go and it correctly reflects, with the changes that I talked about, the active Kerr County position. You can do that. You can absolutely do it with a motion and a second and a vote.
Okay.
But at the end of the day today, of the meeting, before Ms. McCall leaves, Commissioner McCall leaves the courthouse, you need to give her, we'll email it to him for sure, but give her a clean document that has been approved, not signed though. I don't think the judge ought to sign it today. Because when you sign something, that's a little bit different. The idea is to approve it and let everybody know it's going to Kendall County, that which was approved, so that they will have it in front of them tomorrow and see exactly what Kerr County approved. Now, the assumption is, of course, that Kerr County was going to approve that which was before them today. until right now, we don't know what Kerr County's gonna do, you know, until you vote.
Yes, sir?
But Kendall County deserves to see a piece of paper that actually was approved. Kendall County deserves to see tomorrow something that was actually approved by Kerr County today, all right? And if it turns out tomorrow that Kendall County approves the very same document, then it's simply a question of paper shuffling. And what you need is a clean document executed in duplicate originals. So 2 originals. One that stays with Kendall County for inclusion into their official court minutes, and one that stays with Kerr County for inclusion into the Kerr County official minutes, with the 2 judges' signatures appearing one on top and right below each other, and the certificates of adoption filled out correctly. I think that's the way it will go, but I don't know for sure, because, you know, we haven't had the vote here, hadn't had the vote over in Kearney yet.
Well, just so that our public understands, we can vote today to approve it, and then we do the official execution of the documents tomorrow.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's the
Okay.
purpose of the certificate of adoption.
It's kind of
To
subject
show when
subject
the
to
vote was, not necessarily when it was signed.
Sure.
subject to Kendall County's approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Good.
Now, here's the other deal. I got on the Kendall County website this morning, and I think what they've got up on their website today is the same ILA, but I want to make sure that you understand that I didn't have a chance to see if that date correction got changed. You know, where I transposed transpose the dates, made a typo. Commissioner McCall?
Just go back to the podium. She's here.
She's going to the
Just
podium.
a second.
Do you know the page I'm talking about on the interlocal governmental agreement?
Yes, I do.
Page 6 down at the bottom, do you have it in front of you?
She's aware
I have
of
it on my computer, yes.
Do you have the document in your hand?
I do not. I have it on the
Okay.
computer.
I didn't have a chance before y'all called me this morning to check the Kendall County website, but you've got copies of the documents up. I'm just worried that your ILA has that page 6 typographical error that I made last Thursday. Okay, I've got the dates wrong. I've got Kendall County voting on the 10th when it ought to be the 11th, and vice versa on Kerr. Okay, so,
Yes,
your document there is off. It's incorrect. If
We
that's
made
what
the
you're fixing to
adjustment.
vote on, don't vote on that because it has at least one error, all right?
Correct.
Typographical error.
Correct.
Number 2, the bylaws. Commissioner Pace has contacted me, it was Saturday, I think, might have been Sunday, I think it was Saturday, but he said that he was in contact with some of y'all, and on the bylaws, there's a BESS still showing up in paragraph 6
I saw that.
of the bylaws. And so I've changed that on the Kerr County documents. You know, the change from BESS to ESS.
Yep.
Yeah. We understand.
I'm missing. Hello?
We understand.
Okay, does she understand?
Yes,
understands.
we're aware of that, and it will be corrected as well.
That's part of the correction process that they're going to do that hasn't been before the court yet.
Correct.
He might not be able to hear her.
So the idea would be to approve the correct document in front of you, Judge Kelly, if that's the will of the court, the decision of the court. But I really would hold off signing the document until you're sure that we're all sure that Kendall County is not going to make any other suggested changes, which is their prerogative and right. And if they do, then it comes back to Kerr County for another meeting consideration and vote. Do you understand?
We do. We're good.
If we were all around the table, it'd be different, but we can't do it that way.
We understand. We got it.
So All right.
Okay. So,
Now, the resolution, I've got separate comments on your proposed resolution, and
let's wait till we get to that. Let's wait till we get to the resolution, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back on item 1.20, and this is we've got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal government cooperative agreement with Kendall County for the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission. That has been negotiated and presented to Kerr County and is in the process of being finalized by Kendall County. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Let's move on to item 1.21. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action pursuant to Chapter 391 of the Texas Local Government Code and other authority regarding proposed bylaws of the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, HCESRPC, that was discussed and edited by the commissioners appointed by both commissioners' courts to negotiate the bylaws now before the court for the review and appropriate action by the commissioners' courts of both Kerr and Kendall counties. Okay, this is just the bylaws.
Yes, sir. And I will make a motion that this court approve the proposed bylaws of the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission that have been discussed and agreed by the commissioners appointed for that purpose in both counties.
And I will second that motion.
Got a motion and a second? Any discussion on this one? Or have we discussed it out?
I think we have.
Question,
Yes, sir.
on page 6, page 7, subparagraph B, under local commissions, it's got two BESS references there. That's wrong.
Correct. So
We're going to correct that.
we will correct it. The motion is with that corrected to ESS in those two instances. There's no other changes required.
Understand, agree.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Now, let's move on to item 1.22. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the resolution authorizing and approving the creation and joining of the Sub-Regional Planning Commission with Region 18, known as the Alamo Area Council of Governments, COG, C-O-G, to be known as the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, HCESRPC, and authorizing the Kerr County Judge to enter into an interlocal cooperation agreement for the purpose of joining with Kendall County, including the county limits of Kerr County and the county limits of Kendall County, to form the boundaries of the newly created HCESRPC, and to appoint two commissioners as the initial Kerr County Commissioners Court voting members of the HCESRPC Board.
That's a mouthful.
I did it.
You did.
You did.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. I need a motion and a second, and then we can have some discussion.
Do you want to do this?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Okay.
To
Oh,
do,
to consider, discuss appropriate action.
No,
regarding
to
this
approve.
resolution. To approve.
the motion is to
As
approve.
presented.
Yes.
That-
And,
Did I get it?
no, you need to make, the motion needs to include two commissioners to be part of this sub-regional planning
To
commission.
include two commissioners.
Yes, sir.
To
Which
be
two?
part of this subcommission.
Now's the time to name them.
And they are the Colonel, Commissioner Holt, and Commissioner Paces.
I'll second that motion.
We got a motion and a second to approve, and I'm going to try to condense this.
Okay.
A resolution and the appointment of two commissioners. That's what we're doing.
Yes.
So let's talk about them in that order. I think Chuck wants to tell us something about the resolution, all right?
I've got something on the resolution before Chuck goes into his long dialogue
Okay.
here.
Sorry, Chuck. Hold on. Go ahead.
Where you've got, whereas Kerr County is located in a Pigma,
Yep.
subject to frequent extended severe droughts, I think it needs to stop right there. Because the rest of that statement is false. Because it says in which both surface and groundwater may have limited availability. That's not true.
Yeah.
Yet. Yeah, but there is water available.
That's the purpose of what we're doing.
Correct, but there is water available. Surface water doesn't play into it. And so I think we are in severe drought and we are in a Pigma, but you need to have factual statements.
I'm good.
I'm not opposed to that edit.
I seem to have a consensus on that.
Yeah, that's it.
That's,
No.
I will, oh. that's
Anybody else
yours.
got any input on this resolution? Chuck?
It mirrors, it's similar to the prior resolution of the court, correct?
Yes.
That is correct, Chuck. We've signed 3 different resolutions related to BES, if you will. And basically this was an attempt to cut and paste from the 3 and give us a single resolution that clearly states this court's opposition to BES, which is, then the intent is to take this resolution and Kendall County's similar resolution, and that becomes the basis for discussions with the various state agencies that we intend to, with the commission.
And to name 2 commissioners.
Oh, and of course, to appoint the 2 commissioners to the commission.
Who drafted this?
I did.
Okay, using the formats of the other documents that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
Right off the top, you see ESS. But then when you go down through the factual recitations, it's primarily lithium battery facilities, which used to be BESS in the documents, correct?
That is correct.
So I want you to understand that energy storage systems, as has been noted already, is a lot broader than lithium battery facilities. Understand?
Oh, I understand.
And if this form is used in Kendall County, which Commissioner McCall, I looked at it, I think it's the document y'all are looking at over there is pretty similar to this one. I thought the idea was to get away from the public statements regarding lithium facilities. Yes or no? At this stage of the project.
Yeah. That was,
get away from-
Chuck, let me just throw in my 2 cents, and then Commissioner McCall can weigh in, but you are correct. They have intentionally done that. However, for whatever reason, they've had a copy of this resolution, and the feedback received was that it was okay for the details as it's currently presented. I'm amenable to changing it if they want to, but, they were okay with it.
Well, then why did we spend so much time on the discussion about BESS being deleted from the documents? If in a public meeting in 2 counties, you're gonna fire salvos at the lithium facility project development. Again, it's inconsistent with what came out of the 2 county work group meeting. I just wanted to call your attention to that, sir.
I'm aware, yes.
This is a strident position.
Yes, it is.
Against lithium battery facilities, when I was thinking that the direction to be taken in the public documents was a different one.
Well, I think part of the concern is some of the statements, the whereas, when we're talking about it's extremely difficult to extinguish a lithium battery fire, I mean, that's factual.
Yep.
And you lose some of that content and intent if you make it only energy storage systems. So.
I hear you, sir, and I understand you. I just
Yep.
wanted you to hear my concerns
No,
based on the work group
Yep.
discussions over 2 afternoons. Okay.
I understand your concerns. I prefer this version because it is clearer, it's more specific, and I would leave it as is unless Kendall County says we need to change it.
And I'm in agreement. We talked
Okay,
about
I
this.
understand.
We did talk about
Next,
this.
typically the resolution should be an attempt to memorialize the documents the court is approving. You've already voted on the ILA and the bylaws. Typically, they would be referred to at least, more likely attached as pro forma exhibits to show the world what you approved, okay? There's nothing in this resolution about the ILA or the bylaws. Is that the way you want it?
You know, from my perspective, Chuck, when I drafted this, I thought about that. I mean, this actually gives the court the authority to do all of that, which you've just brought to our attention. But rather than, you know, again, the intent to have this document was so that this is what we're sharing with any state or federal agency that we meet with as a commission. And, you know, I mean, they're welcome to copies of the ILA or the bylaws if they want to review that too. But, you know, I was trying to, you know, lessen the complication of some of those dialogues.
Okay.
Those are public documents, but I didn't see a need to bring them into this resolution, which is now, you know, will be the fourth resolution that we will have, I hope, approved subject or related to this issue.
Okay, that was my second point. Third big point is this. There's a blank in the resolution to appoint 2 commissioners to the initial Kerr County, as the initial Kerr County Commissioners Court voting members on the board of the commission.
Yep.
The ILA and bylaws speak to qualified appointees. Has the court entered into the technical qualifications of each proposed appointee?
Well, it's before the court right now, so I hope that they won't approve the appointment of Commissioner Holt and Commissioner Paces unless they're convinced that they are qualified.
Yeah.
Well, the qualifications that you approved in the ILA, I'm going to show you the pages. You have the document in front of you.
Yes?
Let me find it.
Are you looking at the
It's on
ILA?
Yes, sir. It's page 8, paragraph D, 2B as in boy. Qualifications for board and officer membership. I'm assuming that everything's fine. I just want to make sure the 5 members of the court know they voted for an ILA document that absolutely requires that somebody look into the qualification of the board appointee membership, okay?
Well, why don't I just walk it through right now? And this is to Commissioner Holt.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Paces. You're over 18 years of age, right?
Yes.
You're a resident citizen of the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a resident citizen of the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
You're a qualified voter.
Yes,
in the
sir.
state of Texas. You're a qualified voter in Kendall County or Kerr County.
Kerr County, yes.
You're a registered voter in Kendall or Kerr County.
Kerr County, yep.
And you are an owner of land subject to an ad valorem taxation in Kendall or Kerr County.
Yes, sir.
And have a primary residence located in Kendall or Kerr County, Texas.
Yes, sir.
And possess other matters of qualifications identified in the Commissioner's bylaws.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we walked through that one, Chuck.
Qualified voter is part of the list that you talked about. Qualified voter has a special definition. It appears on page 6 of the ILA. Number 23. You see it?
Now I'm getting to page 6.
Yep.
Number 23, yes? Okay.
He's gonna talk about the felony. I have never been convicted of the felony.
Let me check it out here.
Neither have I, for the record.
Let me just pick.
Are you sure?
Let me pick up the additional qualifications in this, and that is 23, paragraph C. Not been determined by a final judgment of court exercising jurisdiction to be totally mentally incapacitated, right?
Oh,
Not that I'm aware of.
Partially mentally incapacitated.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No.
That- without the right to vote.
Yeah.
And you have not been finally convicted of a felony?
No. Never.
Okay. I think that picks up the other ones, Chuck.
I just wanted you to see the words that you had earlier. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, what do we do about this resolution?
Let's vote on it.
Yes. Well, and we'll make the change that Commissioner Jones has requested on the priority groundwater management area. Still say it's debatable that we may
It's
not
not
have it
debatable,
available,
it's
but-
science.
Yeah. No.
Okay, Dr. Fauci.
No. That's a good catch on your part.
Okay, any other comments
You pay
or
for that one.
discussion about the resolution as drafted and revised by Commissioner Jones? Okay, then those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous. Well, yeah, unanimous. That passes. Okay, Chuck, do we have anything else on this?
No, sir, I'll get with Jody.
Okay. Okay, then with that, I think we move on to the next agenda item, which is 1.24. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding letter of support commitment for Kerr County regarding the Cypress Creek Regional Detention Project, FMA/BRIC, BRIC, Flood Mitigation Assistance, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, grant application, and possible submission of grant application by Kerr County. We're gonna do this in open court? I see executive session on here too.
If needed, Judge, I
Okay.
think. I'm gonna attempt to go through the need and then we can discuss.
Okay.
If you think anything else in executive session.
Please proceed.
All right. Charles, could you bring up that map, please? It'll help for public discussion. I like to kind of show the need. As you know, I like to bring things about incrementally to let you know what the problem is and then possible solutions. So we were asked for a letter from our court and our county commissioner judge to match a letter from Kendall's judge, which we've received already, about entering into for a grant. And we have a time window. Time window's February 14th to enter for a grant to do something about excess water flowing into Comfort. Now, why is it our problem? Well, it's because the river goes and the creeks all go through, not all, but mostly go through Kerr County, which flow into Comfort. And I will go through some facts, but I wanted to show you the map that talks about a few things. First of all, thank you to David Stovall, who provided a map graphic which shows a swollen Cypress Creek, which flows and meets North Creek and flows into the Guadalupe. Now, if you notice that flood zone A in Comfort, that town to the east of us in Kendall County floods. And the original or the engineering assessment, which was done by the engineer out of Kendall County using Scheib Consulting, where we use in Kerr County half services for our engineering assessments, indicated that a water diversion dam needs to be built west of the town, which the water flows into the town through Kerr County, west of the town, to provide some relief from floodwaters which happen into Comfort. Now, I had to look up how much it actually happens to be convinced that we really need it, right? I've lived there only 3 years. We've had some floods, 2 to 4 feet of water rose to about 10 feet. Well, that's not what we're talking about as major floods, even though it washes out both my fences and I have to repair it 3 times a year. They're talking about major floods and 100-year floods, so I had to look up, and I did. 100 years history. 1869 was recorded history, 42 foot. 1978, 40 foot. 1935, 36 foot. 1915, 35 foot. 1959, 33 foot. 1987, 31 foot. Note, that's where the bus got swept down and the drownings occurred. When I was in high school, they were from my town, here on a church retreat. 1985, 27 foot. 2002, 31 foot. 2016, 27 foot. 2015, 26. 2018, 25. That doesn't sound like a 100-year span. It's happening a lot more than I realized as far as that intensity of water, which is why after the 1987 and 85 floods, they decided to move churches up to the north on 87 and to move the high school up to the north on 87 because of these continual floods that they had. So yes, it's an issue. It's gonna cost money. We're going after a large grant, but there's a 10% requirement to match funds, which is what the letter reflects and that the commissioners have in front of them for consideration. Okay, so you hear me 30 foot, 31 foot, 30 foot. Their intention is to build a 30-foot tall reservoir with a 10-foot crest on top of it on a public piece of land, not public, private piece of land and property. Now, they do acknowledge in the engineering assessment that we have in front of us that they haven't reached out to the landowners. Okay, I have, not that individual landowner on there, but I have a meeting locally with our Cypress Creek, because I live on Cypress Creek, and we have a gentleman who hosts a weekly meeting that I attended and talked them through, and they're like, oh, that again. I'm like, what, you've heard about this? I'm like, yeah, it's been coming up time and time again to consider for comfort, because it does keep flooding, and there is continual issues, and we haven't done anything about it, and we haven't gone for the grant money. I'm like, okay. So now it fell on my plate and my tenure up here to bring back up to consider going after a grant. Doesn't mean we're gonna get it, doesn't mean we're gonna commit money to it, but this letter to consider does have a 10%. And I think we probably should discuss some of that, possibly now, or if you want to, Judge, in executive session about what's required and if it's a real need and when that would come about. 10% on the project is still a $1,150,000 bill. Now, what I believe on this is because we copied in the letter from Kendall County, is that it perhaps should be shared between, that 10% should be shared between Kendall and Kerr, not all on us in Kerr County. So I think we should consider that before we sign off on that letter, consider sharing and coordinate back and forth to make sure that it is a shared cost and not on Kerr to fix a problem that impacts Kendall. But I am responding to a letter from Chad Carpenter, who is our adjoining commissioner in Kendall County for Precinct 4.
Didn't you say it was due by the 14th?
It is. That's when you have to submit for grant money. So I received it, like a week ago and had to dive into this and in order to get ahead of it before this year's grant money is gone. And they are submitting for the grant. They have everything ready. They just need our buy-in.
Well, I think we've shown how fast we can do things with Chapter 391.
Not easy, not 391. but-
Sure.
Sure.
Just a little bit.
And I was making light of that, but there are a lot of things, if you applied for the grant now, which would be a real hassle, but if we got that done, then we'd have to come back and read a bunch of other things. Which we can do.
I'm confused. I think we talked about this about a year ago. Actually, I think it was about a year and a half ago, and the court, I think in December of 2022, gave Kendall County a letter of support that they would support if they wanted more information, but they would support Kendall County's application for this grant. But at no time did I ever think or understand that we were Kerr County was being asked to participate in this monetarily.
Yeah, I recall that, and that was the case. You're exactly right. We weren't going to pony up to the bar on this, but we supported them.
Yeah, but they.
2023 is when we did that.
Was it?
Oh, 20, okay, that's right, December of
discussed this
23.
several times.
I'm
We
behind the
discussed it
times, this is
several
2025,
times.
isn't it? Okay. So, now that we're back in the right year, so 2023. But, it was my understanding that Kendall County needed, because they're proposing to do a project in another county to protect themselves from flooding, that they would want the support. And they anticipate that anyone who would look at the grant application would want the support of Kerr County. And they're right. I've seen grant applications like this before that are multi-jurisdictional. It's my understanding all they're asking for today is just a letter of support that we would support them moving forward with their study.
That's not what Commissioner Holt was talking
Yeah,
about.
it's a little
Yeah.
different letter, and maybe, I'll take it.
Right.
Maybe I misunderstood about cost sharing, didn't know about previous.
And I
letters.
may be misunderstanding something also, so.
I'd be more comfortable with a non-monetary commitment and just supporting them to get that, as we've done previously. I think that's more important.
I don't think any of us have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And I think the most recent email from Commissioner,
Carpenter.
Carpenter, I apologize. I understood as he just wanted an updated letter from the December 23 letter where we said, yes, we support your project. I think he just wanted an updated letter with the new Commissioners Court member that we support the project, not necessarily financing it
Right.
or doing a grant. That was mine.
That's an easier sell. I think.
Without a doubt.
Well, our grant coordinator is covered up between.
Yeah,
between
yeah,
now and-
they can go after the
And if
money.
we're not, if we have to be involved in the grant application process, that's what I'm concerned about.
We're gonna contract
Yeah.
that with half.
In 4 days.
Yeah, they've done all the work, and we've seen it, it's in front of the court as far as the requirement, but I wanted to fully expose the public to what could be happening. But more importantly, there's something that I won't support, which is any taxes, any bonds on this, or any eminent domain discussion. That's a firm line for me. They have to be willing partners. And to let you know, it is on Cypress Creek, west of Gaddis Bluff. There's a few properties in there, and I've spoken to some of the property owners that are around there. They are aware of this issue.
Right.
But no commitment.
It all sounds like a good cause,
Yep.
but we can't hustle it in this quickly.
That's right.
I think
And
you're
it's
right.
a-
Because, Charlie's been before the court before, and this is a bigger issue with flooding in Kerr County. And we have talked about various other projects and, getting some grants and so forth on doing that. And, you almost have to refresh everything before we make any firm commitments, or at least financial commitments. I'm happy to give them a letter. Definitely, but.
Can I give some clarification? Commissioner Carpenter just let me know there was no commitment to money, just a letter of support.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And that's on the agenda.
Let's back the train up.
Yep.
Do we have a motion to approve of sending a letter in support of this project?
Second.
It's your motion. Can you
Yes.
revise it?
Yes, I'll make the
You want that?
revised motion to support sending a letter just in support of the project without a financial commitment.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to send a letter of support on the Cypress Creek project. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, that concludes the
No,
consideration.
we got one more. We skipped 119.
119?
Skipped it.
We did.
Go back, go back and pick up 119.
Oh, yeah.
This is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to appoint Vince Isley as the second alternate for Mary Krebs on the ACOG CJAC committee. And what this is because Constable Gonzalez is putting in a request for a grant, and he is the alternate to Ms. Krebs, who is with the Kerrville Police Department. And so he can't participate in considering his own grant application. So we have to have somebody else. And Vince Isley is retired from the sheriff's office, well-known, very capable, has volunteered to do this. Just kind of a one-time thing, that he would be the second alternate in order to be able to have a seat at that committee.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve Vince Isley as the second alternate for the CJAC committee. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. We got everything on the consideration agenda?
Yep.
I apologize for skipping around. What we're gonna do now is a lot of housekeeping, so those of you that wanna stay are welcome to stay. If you wanna leave, you're not. We're gonna approve bills and pay budget amendments and
Escape while you
Yeah,
can.
just a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Good.
Yeah, I could run to the restroom.
The court will come back to order. Let's move on to the approval agenda and 2.1, our budget amendments.
Yes, you have 13 budget amendments in front of you. The largest one in there is from the Volunteer Fire Department generators, and y'all did pass the grant. We did receive the grant. This is just y'all approving the budget so the money can start being spent.
Good stuff. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $4,083,837.19. It's larger than normal because these are the debt payments that are due every February. And then we have interest-only payments mostly due at the end of August, or the 15th of August.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. Motion carries. Item 2.3, late bills,
There are not any?
and 2.4, auditor reports.
There are not any.
Thank you. 2.5 are monthly reports.
Yes, sir. December 2024, Treasurer's Office, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. January 2025, payroll, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. Justice of the Peace, Judge Mitzi French, Precinct 1. Judge Kathy Mitchell, Precinct 3. County Clerk's Office, County Clerk Nadine Alford. Constables, Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 1. Kyle Snyder, Precinct 2. Brad Ryder, Precinct 4. District Clerk's Office, District Clerk Dawn Lance. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to court orders. I have reviewed court orders number 41086 through 41112 from the January 27, 2025 meeting, and they all seem to be in order to me. And I'll make a motion to approve the court orders as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to the information agenda, we've got our quarterly reports. We've got department heads. Anybody, before we get to the quarterly reports, any department heads that want to make a report other than the ones we have coming up? Okay, stay right there, Ms. Zapata. This will be the quarterly report from Human Resources, Sylvia Zapata.
Good. Hello, Judge and Commissioners. I gave you an outline of what I'm going to talk about. Just briefly, I'll briefly go through it. Since October 1st, my office has conducted 31 orientation on 31 new employees. We've had 21 leaving. That's the first two items. Number 3, our policy manual, we finally got it distributed last week. Everybody received a hard copy. We're getting back the acknowledgements that they've received a copy. Number 4, during open enrollment this past October, I conducted a dependent audit. Although it wasn't a very popular audit, I am very pleased with the outcome of it. Everybody had to either supply a marriage license if their spouse was covered under insurance, or birth certificates for children. We did find one dependent who was on our medical that was not eligible. The reason I'm pleased with it is it made our employees more aware of what coverages they had. They were covering adult children who were still eligible age-wise, but really, they didn't really require the coverage. And so it made our employees more aware, hey, I've been paying for that, and now, they don't need the vision coverage or whatever it was. So I'm very pleased with it. Moving forward, all our new employees are required to provide these documents before they enroll any dependents on the insurance. So that's how that went. Again, very pleased with it. Number 5, workers' comp. Last calendar year, we had 17 workers' comp claims. Of those 17, only 5 remain open. That's really good. Unemployment, we currently don't have any active ones. Number 7, TCDRS, our Texas County District Retirement System. I've asked them to come out and to Kerr County. They will be conducting group presentations, one-on-one sessions with our employees. Have them scheduled for March 26 and 27. They'll do presentations and one-on-one sessions here at the courthouse at Road and Bridge, and at the Sheriff's Office. I'll send an email out 2 to 3 weeks prior, so anybody who is interested in signing up can sign up for one of those sessions or the group presentation. Number 8, supervisor training. Sharon Blankenship with TAC was in my office last week, and we scheduled some training for our supervisors. It's going to be on employment law with discipline and documentation. So that'll be, I'll send out details on that for any of our supervisors that would like to attend this session with Sharon. It's usually very informative. Number 9, I've asked TAC representatives to come out, do an overview of their services. We have so many of their products, with our health insurance to our workers' comp, unemployment, and so as kind of informational, educational workshop for our new commissioners and a refresher for the rest of our court members, I've asked them to come out tentatively. We have that scheduled for June 17th. It's just when they can all coordinate so they can all be here and provide that. Give y'all a chance to fully, yes, sir.
Just so you know, that will be right slap dab in the middle of budget season.
I did already, I had that in the back of my head. We can look at rescheduling it if we need to.
No, I'm just making sure that we'll
Oh,
have
yeah.
our eyes open on this thing, 'cause we're gonna be busy.
Yes, it will be a busy time. I know that. But anyway, that's kind of when they could, they're trying to coordinate everybody to come out, all our representatives, and that's why they scheduled it out so far. But we can definitely get back with them if we need to on the date. Salary survey. On Friday, I received an email from Worthing and Associates. They're in the final stages of completing our wage surveys. They've received 18 surveys back so far. I don't have any other information other than that, so I'll provide that as they provide me more information. My last item for HR is SWBC. I've asked them to come out and just also do informational presentation. And so Kathy and Andrew Grove will be here next Commissioner's Court to just do a brief presentation on what they offer. As far as indigent health, we average about 15 applications from the inmates at the jail. Really only 10 of them result in payment for services, but they do, I think they require one for every employee, for every jail inmate. On average, 1 to 3 residents will stop by asking for information on our indigent health services from, within Kerr County. Currently, we have 2 Kerr County residents who are on the indigent health program. Since October 1st, that should be 2024, 54 applications have been processed for indigent health services. And since October 1st, we've processed 105 bills for payment. So that's just kind of a little rundown of indigent health, as well as HR. So any questions?
Okay, very good. Any questions?
Good report.
Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
I like these little quarterly reports just so that we know where you are. The next one is the quarterly report from Information Technology. Corey Tennis.
Good morning, Court. Corey Tennis, IT Director. This is going to be a shorter report than my last one. However, we still have been quite busy. January 6th, we started our annual cybersecurity training. As of today, we're sitting at 83% for the county, so well ahead of our deadline, but we still need to progress on that. Also, last week, we started a new venture with artificial intelligence training. There, we're sitting at 33%. I felt it was good to get that kicked off because of all the different news between ChatGPT, DeepSeek, all the other stuff, so it was initial kickoff. We can expect to have more AI training coming in the near future. Since January 13th, we've also closed over 175 trouble tickets, and of course that doesn't include all the drive-by phone calls and, hey, oh, by the way, kind of conversations. Equipment that we've replaced in the last few weeks, public relations has got a new laptop and a new printer. We've helped the sheriff's office over at the Ingram Annex move their office into their central office. During that move, we identified that the printer that they had been using out there was basically obsolete, so we got that replaced as well. This week, we're going to be replacing 3 new computers in dispatch that are old, kind of saving space for their new radio upgrades coming into dispatch here this next week, so we're getting ahead of that one. Charles has repaired 5 of the desktop scanners that the court's offices use. We can fix them each at about $30 a unit plus 1 hour of labor. These machines themselves cost close to $900 a piece. So we've saved over $4,000 just in that venture here in the last 3 weeks on that. Out at the egg barn, we've installed outdoor Wi-Fi access points. We were able to get that actually deployed before the Renaissance Festival. Some words that I heard back from that was that actually was pretty useful. Usually they're trying to do their own hotspots on their phones to do their point of sale connectivity. I believe that they've been pretty happy with that. And that is also kind of part of our migration and upgrade venture for the egg barn with high capacity antennas for the different events in the show barns and the conference halls. Along with Sylvia, all those new employees that get onboarded, we have to do that as well. And depending on where the employee works, that takes activities to put them in our Active Directory, Encode, Odyssey, antiviruses, cyber training, CGIS training, kind of depending on what their roles are. And then also, as of Friday, we had replaced 25 individual iPhones for the Sheriff's Department. Any one of those iPhones can take anywhere from 30 minutes to 6 hours, depending on the phone, depending on the user, and a lot of that is just kind of based off of iPhone challenges. So that's kind of what that is. Ongoing, we are still wrapping up the last couple days of our SD-WAN project. This the software-directed wide area network that we'll use for failover capabilities in case a provider has a service interruption. It also helps with data transfer between the sheriff's office and the courthouse or the different outside agencies with load balancing of the data. So that way, one pipe gets full, we can kind of balance that out over to other pipes. We're still in the later stages of our Active Directory rebuild. That has basically been put on a pause for 2 different other migration projects, which is our SaaS migration, software as a service migration for our Odyssey program for courts. We should hopefully get that wrapped up by the end of March. One last little piece we're waiting for on that is an approval to migrate to a SaaS from DPS. Hopefully we'll get that here in the next week to 2 weeks. Once we get that done, then we can actually start doing the data transfer from our on-premises servers to the cloud. Yes, sir.
Just for clarification of the court, software as a service, DPS is?
Department of Public Safety.
Okay, thank you.
They hold the hammer with our cyber connectivity for anything CGIS related.
Yes, sir. I thought I was bad at acronyms.
There's a bunch of them.
I'm sorry, and it's
black and
from years of history. So the other kind of pause is our Encode 10 migration. That project should hopefully wrap up late May, early June. Once we get those 2 programs fleshed out, then we can actually make our move to the Active Directory, which then we can go to Office 365 and then also MFA. So we still have a busy summer coming up as well. Tomorrow, we actually have a kickoff meeting with our Laserfish migration to the new upgraded version. Hopefully that will go well. Should only take a few days on that one. End of this month, we'll have our endpoint detection and response, the EDR portion that covers our email protection as well as our endpoint antiviruses. And then on Friday, I had met with Trish Daly from Documation, talking about the printer migration into one umbrella. Their plan is to come out in March to go to every individual department to see exactly what type of equipment is in place, what contracts are in place, what usages are currently there, and try to figure out the best package for the county. So we're working on that one. Upcoming here in the next couple months, I'm going to put together, I have been working with Doug Thomas and the FBI and the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, to hold a leadership tabletop cyber exercise. That's on March 20th at 9 o'clock at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. I've also reached out to the city and KPUB and Ingram to get their leadership also involved on that. It's we will be hosting it, but it will actually be facilitated through CISA with their experts coming in and showing what we can expect if we were ever to get attacked on the cyber level. Talked about 365, MFA. Also, at the end of this year, Windows 10 kind of goes to the wayside, so we're trying to get ahead of that and migrate all of our machines to Windows 11. And then finally, one other piece that I've been working with CISA, TAC, county attorneys, there's different policies, mainly incident response policies, as well as artificial intelligence policies. I've been busy, yes, sir.
Just one note, if I could. We spoke recently about including them in the move for the Animal Control Center. As you can imagine, those moves are difficult, not just with furniture, but also with IT equipment. So a plan has to be done, and they have to be involved in that. And maybe a little bit of an oversight that he caught, because it's not easy to do that. And all the equipment may not be green, may not be yellow, may be red. We'll have to go and identify that.
We've done a small evaluation of their current equipment in place, and most of the stuff is fairly dated. So instead of picking it up and putting it into a new location, we'll most likely be putting brand new equipment in that place. But I do intend to reach out to Charlie Hastings and Regan Givens, looking at the footprint to see exactly what is in the plans and what we need to adjust between now and then. And if that's something that my team has to flex with, then we're here, so.
Thank you.
Yes. Any further questions?
Anything else?
So that would be an additional cost.
I don't know if
Depending
that's-
what
I
the-
can't speak to his budget, whether that's included in refresh or not, but
The
we need to identify.
replacement of the desktops and workstations, that is in my migration costs. Beyond that piece, I don't have an awareness of yet, mainly because I haven't seen what the plans are.
Okay,
So, but it's on the to-do list.
right,
Yeah, good question.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good report, thank you.
Two good reports.
I think he needs to do more. He's not-
Bi-weekly. Bi-weekly.
Take the top, that's good.
Yeah,
You've been waiting for it, I know you.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar.
Let's move on to item 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Everybody shakes their head? Okay. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
Just one, Judge. I think it begs a little discussion about the airport and what's happened. It has been some significant news about the airport manager has quit, so now they have to the board has to find a new airport manager. And that's not easy to find a qualified person to move here or is already qualified that lives here and is willing to do that for the salary is offered. I've sat down and spoken to Sylvia to understand how we support that airport. And I've spoken to Dalton Rice as well about how we support that airport. There is some discussion about them perhaps taking a greater role. I think that warrants more discussion amongst the court. I'm not ready to put anything out about that now, but they've asked to relieve some of that administrative burden. But there's an impact with that we should discuss later. There's more things to follow. I'll stay plugged in on planning meetings that the airport is having, and they also have to find a new board member. Right. So those are two major events. As far as impacts and opportunities, we were approached by a small commercial carrier about future flights from our airport to Dallas, which is interesting. So I've asked them to, propose something later once it becomes more formal. Once our airport is a little bit longer, then we can get away with that at 7,000 feet by 6,000 feet. So that's the opportunity that I spoke about. Want to make sure the court is aware. That's it.
I've got a couple items. Just want to inform the court that on the 28th, we held a aggregate production operations advisory council meeting. And we had Ingram Ready Mix there. They gave an excellent brief. Even though they're not an aggregate producer, they did nonetheless give us an update on what they're doing under each of our voluntary best management practices. And we also discussed TCEQ's proposed best management practices for the industry. And we circulated minutes. And I asked Jody to share that with the court, because when I went back and looked at some of the original documents when the court first approved this advisory council, there was a requirement to provide quarterly reports to the Commissioners Court. So I'm hoping you will agree that having the minutes is good enough for a quarterly report. I don't really have anything else that I might offer, but yeah, I'm open to whatever the court decides it needs. Otherwise, attended a walkthrough with the 550 Earl Garrett office building with Mustard Architects and Keener Engineering. There's actually a meeting tomorrow morning, which I won't be able to attend now, to try to finalize everything so that we can take the next step towards an RFP. Now, the budget for the modifications in 550 Earl Garrett is $350,000, so I'm hoping we'll stay within that. But what I think is important for the public to know is that that project will both address the sheriff's needs for expansion and will provide what I believe will be a better office space for adult probation in the most cost-effective manner possible. Because certainly having to build a new building would have been no doubt north of $2 million. So we're going to save at least $1.7 million by just using an asset that was already available to the county. And I do believe, again, it'll be an excellent space for adult probation. We don't fund adult probation, but we are required to provide their office space. And I'm really happy to do that because the work they do is very important, and they've been quite successful. So hats off to adult probation. And I'm still looking for the project to be complete by the end of the fiscal year. Otherwise, the only other thing is, I appreciate the court's support and the unanimous approval that we had on all of the Chapter 391 SRPC items on today's agenda. And if Kendall County is equally successful tomorrow, then I'm pleased to inform the public that the first meeting for the Sub-Regional Planning Commission, the Hill Country Energy Sub-Regional Planning Commission, will be this coming Friday at 2 p.m. right here in this courthouse, which is now reserved. But of course, that's subject to Kendall County's approval. So that was kind of, that meeting won't be with any state agencies. It's just to appoint officers and approve that, and of course to cover a lot of the administrative work and to hopefully lay out a strategy. Who are we going to call for a meeting first, and how that's going to work. So it is an open meeting under the Open Meetings Act, and we will be posting it on both courthouses, and we'll get with county clerks for that. We will eventually have a website for this entity, but just to make the public aware, if Kendall County approves, then that meeting will go forward. If not, well,
I think we're all assuming it's going to approve.
I'm sure hopeful. So that's all.
The only thing I would think about that, we probably ought to go ahead and YouTube that so that we can put it on our website until you get your own, and then you
Yeah.
can use the same thing.
I mean, yes, that's fine. I'd be happy to do that. We have talked about using Microsoft Teams. I'm okay, whichever, if we can, whatever, we'll do one or the other. We definitely want a video recording of the meeting and the discussion. I think Teams has the advantage that it somehow transcribes the discussion. I don't know.
I've heard that. I don't know.
I don't either.
But I defer to Mr. Tennis and our new Mr. Lemillier without a mustache.
Yeah. And regardless, we may go YouTube for the first one, but we hope we'll have some clarity around that later.
Okay.
But it's still, it's a public meeting here in Kerr County.
Okay. Any other reports? Okay, then we'll move into, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll move into executive session. We've got a couple of things there to talk about, at least one.
Are you
Okay,
ready,
it is
John?
1:01, and we're back on the record out of executive session. And I will call item 5.1, which is action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session. And I will make a motion to approve the county clerk banking comp time for the deputy clerk as presented in executive session.
Second.
And a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Anything else for the court? We're adjourned.